On October 9, 2020, police were flooded with 911 calls reporting a shooting in a Dallas, Texas neighborhood. They arrived to find 49-year-old Jamie Faith dead with multiple gunshot wounds. His wife, Jennifer, was discovered alive next to the body. She'd been bound with duct tape and was crying hysterically. After being checked over at the hospital, Jennifer is taken down to the station to provide a statement.
You give me just 1 second. Ma'am, I'm going to talk to you about stuff right quick, okay?
Oh.
If you want to just, you want to come, you can come back conference room.
Yeah. Our neighbors are downstairs getting some help.
Yeah, okay, well, okay, yeah, back out about the conversation right now.
Oh, I should have go. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. You're right here, Mom. Okay.
Give me 1 second, okay? Oh, no, this your blanket right here.
Huh?
This your blanket?
The officer brought it in.
All right. Appreciate you being patient with me. I guess you have your ID on you.
Yeah. When do I call his parents?
Well, in a minute. Okay. Where are they from?
They live in Las Vegas. Everybody's from Wisconsin, originally. His dad has stage 4 cancer and just started chemo. We were just out there 2 or 3 weeks ago for his first dose. And the only family I have is losing my daughter. Sorry, I have to pull this down.
No, I see you, son.
Is there tissue?
Yes.
I'm sorry.
Are you okay?
Thank you.
Sit this way.
Thank you.
This and I don't want you to take personal anything that I say because it's just I want you to get out. Cause I gotta find out, who your person, your husband was, about you all. Just go in depth, okay? And then that way it help me do my job because I want to find out if somebody was just watching you all, if he's in your lifestyle, and he just or what have you, because this is a tragedy. I couldn't imagine what you're going through right now. But hopefully, we can get out to the bottom of this together, okay? Like I tell all my families, today I became a part of your family, so anything personal, anything that I ask, I'm not trying to take, I don't want you to take offense to it, but I just got to do my job, and I want to do it to the fullest, okay? So, today, all right, so you say your husband, he works at American Airlines.
Mm-hmm.
How long has he been there, an employee?
Oh, forever. So he was with U.S. Airways.
And we're not talking about the American Airlines Center where the Mavericks play basketball.
No, the airline.
We're talking about the airline, okay.
Yeah, so he was with U.S. Airways when we were in Phoenix,
Mm-hmm.
and then U.S. Air bought American, they merged, and so he got, we moved to Dallas. So I was working at the time and traveling all the time, and he was traveling back and forth between Dallas and Phoenix, and so we joked, I'm sorry, let me silence this.
Yeah. So what does he actually do for them?
He is the director, he's an IT director, so he oversees all of the website and the mobile.
Mm-hmm. Did he have any side businesses or anything like that? Mm-hmm. So he just worked there and every day, that's it?
Yeah.
Okay.
And we just decided it was silly for us to pay a mortgage for our cats to live in our house, and so we moved here.
3 years ago.
3 years ago.
You guys bought that house.
Mm-hmm. Actually, 3 years ago yesterday is when we closed, and it was our 15-year anniversary of the day we met yesterday.
Hmm.
So I could go anywhere. I was working for Select Medical at the time, and I was a regional manager, and I helped open rehab hospitals, and like when people have head injuries and recover from strokes and stuff. I got sick. I was diagnosed with diabetes, but I was traveling and working so hard. My health just kaput, and so we decided 2 years ago that I would quit my job for a while and work on my health, and so that's what I've been doing. And I don't know what else to do.
Okay, and so 3 years ago, you guys moved here, so you've been living there ever since.
Yes.
All right. So, have you guys had any issues with anybody since you've been here? Any disagreements, any arguments?
Yeah. It's just stupid, not arguments or anything. There's a dog down the street that we've reported twice, and it's been removed from their home, and they keep getting it back. That the dog would always be out and attacking us, and it's just the only other thing. The neighbors that are here right now, they're awesome, wonderful people, but we've lent them quite a bit of money.
Oh, really?
Yeah, and I just got $400 back of it.
Which side?
So on the north side of us.
Okay, so right now, like right next to the white fence?
No.
Oh, the other side.
Yeah.
Okay. Other side, opposite side from where you were. Okay.
Yeah, opposite side.
Okay.
But we're close with them. Like they've got 5 kids. Those kids have come over and spent the night with us multiple times, and I mean that's why we loan them money. Mona's been amazing and has been trying to pay it back. She didn't know that Melissa borrowed it, her partner. And so that's the only other thing, friction-wise, I can think of, but there's no way.
Yeah, but your husband, nobody, he had no grudge with anybody. He never did mention anybody where that he'd have to look out for his life or anything like that.
Oh gosh, no.
Okay. So today, what time did you guys wake up today?
I was awake at 6 and I was just laying in bed. And we had the alarm set for 7:30, but at 7 Jamie woke up too, and we thought, well, we'll just go ahead and go for our walk. We usually go between 7 and 7:30 anyway. It depends on when his first conference call is for the day.
Where do you guys walk? Where you guys walk to?
So we always walk the same route. We go south on Waverly, and when we get to Clarendon, we'll take 1 or 2 directions. Lately, we've just been going straight down Waverly, and then we cross the tracks. We go left onto Lansford, down to Edgefield, come up north on Edgefield. We go down Nolte, I think is the name of the street where the school is. And then we cut through a little alleyway to get back up to Clarendon because there's some dogs at the end of Nolte and Waverly that we try to avoid. So that's how we've been going lately because we didn't want to pass by the school because school's back in session, and we kept walking the dog past the school, and it was just crazy with all the kids and stuff. So we've been going the opposite route because by the time we get past to the school, school's out, or in a drop-off zone. So that's where we were going today. And we do it every morning.
Every morning?
Every morning.
Have y'all had any incidents where y'all walking and somebody said anything had worse than anybody, or someone realized, observed anyone following you guys or anything when y'all walk at times?
Oh gosh, I don't. Normally we pass the same people all the time. There's a guy with but no, everybody's very friendly. We love our neighborhood. We know our neighbors really well.
So you develop some good relationships with your neighbors over time?
Yes. I'm sorry, I thought I silenced something. His work is calling.
Okay. And where, that's his cell phone?
This is my cell phone.
Okay, does he have a cell phone?
Yes, he does.
Did he have it on him?
He never takes anything when he leaves it. We don't even lock our house, sir.
Oh, okay. So, when you guys y'all woke up this morning, saying, hey, let's go for a walk. You left the house around, what time is that on your?
On the ring camera, it has us leaving at 7:34 a.m.
7:34 a.m. Okay, so wait. Okay, so you guys walk out. As soon as you walk out, did you recognize? Did you see anybody outside when you walked out your door?
I didn't see a soul. I don't know that I was honestly looking.
Right.
I'm trying to think. I don't think there was anybody. It was we were barely out of our front yard.
Okay. And so, the guy came from. So you were walking southbound.
Yes.
Towards Clarida.
Yes.
And that's when you saw or heard somebody.
I heard running.
You heard running.
I heard running, and then I thought, because he's always behind me, he stays and closes the door and stuff, and then it's the way the sidewalks are. He's always behind me when we walk, and I thought maybe he was doing something goofy back there. We were goofing around this morning anyway, and so we were giving each other a hard time, and I thought maybe he was, I don't know, like fleeting thought. I thought, what is he doing back there? And then I heard a shot, and then I turned around. And I just saw this person shoot and shoot. I couldn't believe. I didn't know why. His body was going like this in the street, and then I saw
So was your husband like this? Did your husband say anything to him?
No, I don't know. I think I was yelling no. I think he did the same thing. It just seemed quiet. That's all I remember are the shots.
And several shots?
Well, a lot of shots. 5, 6 maybe, I feel like. And he just kept going, and I couldn't stop it. My husband's expression.
You said your husband's facial expression?
Just like, oh my God. And he just went to the ground. And so I was like, the shot, and then I saw the person turn and like just dark eyes and coming toward me, and so I yelled no, and I had the dog, and then I started to run, and he tackled me to the ground, and I stopped, ran, and he was hitting my face, and kept trying to turn me over. And he hit my side and back and hitting, and then tried to turn me over, and he's grabbing my arms and trying to take my rings, and then all of a sudden I saw a flash of it was silver, the gun was silver, and then he pulled out a roll of duct tape
from his pants, or
I think it had to have been, or I don't know, he just had it. And he tied my tape in my hands. So, and then I don't know what happened. I remember screaming, and I was just looking at Jamie. And he's just I was screaming, help me. And I can see people on the street, and it's coming. And so then the next door neighbor in the white wrought iron, she's like, what happened? And he shot him.
So as soon as you start screaming, so he just got up and went away? Did he do it?
No, I was screaming the whole time. He was like trying to attack me the whole time I was screaming. And I don't know what happened that he went away. I don't know. He taped my hands, and then all of a sudden he was just gone.
You didn't see which direction he ran towards?
I didn't.
Did you see what he had on?
So I remember a bright blue, like brighter than that color, surgical mask. And everything else was just dark. It was just dark. Like, black, I think. It was all black. I couldn't even see.
Did he say have something over his head or no?
He had to have, because all I could see were his eyes. But I don't remember what was on his head. I'm sorry.
What about his pants or anything? Shoes? Did he have gloves on? Did he sound like
he had gloves on. He had gloves on.
Okay. So there were gloves on.
I think they were the type of gloves that they have, you know, those kinds that have the sticky, you know what I mean? Like gripping gloves, you know, like work gloves.
Okay. Did any, could you tell if there were any facial hair? And you said you just saw his eyes just dark.
Dark, like evil.
But this part of his face, did it look as if it was dark complected, light complected, or?
I couldn't tell. I'm so sorry. I know I'm not helping.
That's all right. And you didn't see him get up and run away? You didn't see him go towards a vehicle or anything like that?
I saw the black truck everybody was talking about, but I didn't see him get in it.
So you did see the black truck everybody was talking about?
Yeah.
How did you see that black truck?
I was sitting there. I think it was right when I sat up, and I just got a glimpse of it. And then somebody said it was the black truck. So they asked me, was it the black truck? And I said, I don't know.
But you did see it. Was it close by? When you saw it, what was it?
It was, so you know the empty lot that's across the street? It was in front of that. But I looked at our ring video, and it doesn't look like anything's over there when we left the house.
Can I see?
Yeah. That's the only thing that got picked up was us leaving. Waste of cameras. So here's the whole history.
Anything before that?
Maybe. Let me look. I guess I didn't look before. So we left at 7:30. I'm sorry, I don't have my glasses, so I'm.
No problem.
Okay, so this is us leaving.
Okay, so let's go back to 2:38 that night.
That's our side camera.
So you want to pick some motion?
Yeah.
What was that?
I don't know. That house is empty. It's unoccupied.
Can you go back?
Yeah.
It's not supposed to be anybody over there?
No. It's a rental property that's been vacant for a year now.
Was that about that size?
Oh gosh, I don't know. It's hard to tell.
So that's strange. And that's last night. That's early this morning.
It's at 2:30.
Anything, get any other movement back there?
I don't know. Let's see. This should keep it. I wonder how. I have the owners of that house. I have his number.
Okay.
He lives in Plano.
Hey, go ahead, Sauce. Hold on. Hey, hold on one second. Just you. Yes. Isn't that house next door is blue, right?
Yeah, it's the one south of us.
It's the one south of them. It's a blue house. Is it turquoise? Turquoise, Yes, you said it is vacant, ma'am?
Yes.
She said yes. She said it's vacant.
For a year.
She said for about a year. Yeah. It looked like a heavy set male. He's covered up in a mask. He got a mask on. Yeah, yeah, medium bill. He's medium bill. About 2:38 this morning. Yeah. And he was walking around it. Is that like the back? Is this like the back outhouse?
So this is their backyard.
Okay.
This camera's from our driveway.
Okay.
And that's their backyard.
Okay. So I'm looking. Matter of fact, could you push play?
Yes.
So the guy's walking around. So is this like a back shed, an extra house in the back?
No, that's part of the house.
That's part of the house. Okay. Okay. So this guy back where the air conditioning is, that's what I'm catching because she has a camera. Okay. So Clarendon is this way, right?
No, Clarendon is that way.
Right. That way. Right. So this house right here is next to the White House with the fence.
Yes.
I mean the fence with the white fence.
Yes.
Okay, so the house. Yeah, so there's a guy 2:38 this morning walking back there. Looked like he had something in his hand. That's 2:38 this morning, right?
Yeah.
I don't know if he's checking for something or what. I don't know who this is, but he's looking for something. I don't know if he's walking down the house back and forth. Yeah, no, she didn't even know. We're looking at her Ring camera footage. So we're looking at her Ring camera footage, and we just see all of a sudden this guy. We're going back, 2:38 this morning. We're seeing this guy walking around the premises. He has a dark colored shirt,
Gloves.
dark colored shirt, gloves.
That's what he has in his hand. He's putting on gloves.
He's putting on gloves. He has some jeans on. Ball cap. Yeah, he has a jeans on and a ball cap. So, and this is about 2:38 this morning. So, and she said that house is vacant. No one's supposed to be back there. I don't know if he had at least maybe gloves in his hands. So I don't know what's the deal on this house next door. She said, but she got the owner's information. Okay. You said you can. Okay. All right. Right. You got a pen. I'll tell you. I'm gonna send it to you. I'm gonna send it to you in text message. All right. He looked like a Hispanic male, but yeah, it appears to be. But like I say, or he could have been, but I based on this video, it looked like either medium complexion African American or Hispanic male. All right, but I'm gonna send you the information with the owner, okay? And that way you can have a contact. All right, bye. Yeah, thanks. All right, bye.
Did you guys get the plate number off the truck? I know somebody died in a picture.
It's blurry. We're trying to still translate it.
Is someone with my daughter?
The officers, they're right there. Right there where she's not by herself.
Those two are like peas in a pod.
I'm sorry, what you said?
Those two are like peas in a pod. It's like, that is her dad. I mean, he adopted her. He's raised her since she was 7. And he always used to call her his partner in crime. Oh my God.
So, okay, let's look at this camera some more. Footage.
Sorry.
Okay.
Okay, so let's go to the history.
What about the 12? The 12 and
That's our backyard with our pool. They probably picked up the motion of the umbrella. It does it all the time.
what does it?
We turned off our motion alerts. Slowly back.
That's the
Cat.
It's the back of y'all's house right here?
Yes.
Can you rewind it back just a
Yeah,
little
did
bit?
you see that shadow? Might be a bug or something, because it's a floodlight cam.
Okay, yes.
And then yesterday,
Then could you go back to 734? Anybody? What about? Let me see.
yeah, I'm sorry.
Let me see. It's yesterday. Is it today?
This is today. It's all the motion from the police and everything. So that's the one we just watched.
Okay. Let me see. Anything? Any other emotions? So are you at home all day, every day?
Yeah. All 3 of us are.
Okay. And nothing strange within the last few weeks. No one suspicious person calls or anything like that.
The only thing, so Emery, one of the neighbors that was out with us today, he lives on the one house north of Clarendon.
Mm-hmm.
He was just telling us 2 nights ago that he's been having stuff stolen off his front porch, and he asked us if we'd had anything stolen, because we have the nice rocking chairs and the table out there and stuff, and somebody stole their chairs. And we said no, we hadn't. And he made a joke. He's like, I came from Chicago, and because they just moved from Chicago a year ago.
Mhm.
And he's like, we never had anything like that happen there, and we come here and things are getting taken.
As far as
we hear gunshots all the time in that neighborhood. I've called and reported gunshots. All of us neighbors kind of do. And then, but we've never had disagreements with anybody. We've developed a really nice community. I mean, I love our neighborhood. Our street is like a quiet one. We all look out for each other. We've been to parties at each other's houses. We closed down last year this time. We got everybody to sign a petition and have a block party for Halloween and set up stations for all the kids. And I don't understand. He didn't have anything with him, but the guy didn't even touch him, unless it happened before I turned around, but there is no noise, there were no voices, there was nothing, there was no demands, there was nothing.
But he just, only reason why you felt like he was trying to take your rings off and stuff like that, trying to rob you though.
And my phone, I always keep my phone in the side pocket, and I don't think you ever would know that it's there, because it's way back, so.
And you said, how many times did he hit you?
Oh my God.
Was he trying to hit you? Was he hitting you hard?
Hard. And he kept trying to get my face, and I kept rolling over, and he kept yanking my shoulder. He was hitting my side of my body. I don't know. It was a lot. I don't even. I had some hard, fist slaps to my face, not like that, like that.
And as far as but did he at any point in time point the gun at you, or?
I don't know. I remember seeing the gun. I mean, my eyes were open and closed, and it was.
Did you walk over after he left? Did you walk back over to your husband? Did you?
No, I was taped, and I was sitting there. And
so he turned you on your back and taped your hands like that?
Yes. He was on top of me.
Was he strong or was it?
Yeah.
It was.
Yeah.
So was he pretty heavy or?
I don't know. I guess it was a lot of weight. I just remember struggling and yelling no and screaming and hoping that the neighbors would hear me. I was kicking, and he had my hands and he kept pulling at my rings, and they don't come off that easily. And then he taped my hands. And I don't remember what.
As far as your husband's cell phone, it's at the house
It's
right now?
in the house.
Or is there do you mind if I hold on to it for a few days
Yeah,
and see
no,
it?
that's fine.
Does he have a password on it?
Yeah, but I think I have it.
Okay, because I just want to make sure to see if anybody try to make threats or anything like that to him.
Yeah.
If anything strange. Would your husband, if there was something serious or something that, would your husband tell you, or would he be something like he don't want to bother you?
Oh God, no. We tell each other everything.
Okay.
Everything.
Okay.
Yeah.
But yeah, if I can.
Yeah.
Because I know, give me a minute, because I know they're still processing everything out there.
Yeah.
I know they still have everything blocked off. But if you just hang tight, I'm bring your daughter back up in here. And if I need to talk to you again, I will, okay? But let me try to get out to the bottom, try to see if there's any additional information out there at the location that I need. And I'll get back with you here shortly, okay? If there's a moment of time, you can knock on the door and let the officer know, hey, if you need to speak with me about anything that you can think about, and she'll get in contact with me, okay? But my goal is to try to make sure we get down to the bottom of this, okay?
Because what happens from here,
So right now, the medical examiner, they're gonna pick up his body, okay, and they're gonna perform an autopsy. From there, then of course they're gonna give you some time. Normally they should be completed with the autopsy. If they don't get to it today, definitely tomorrow. They'll be contacting you guys, and then you guys during this time contact whatever funeral home you decide, and that way we can try the funeral arrangements will be made. So I don't know if he's going back to his hometown where he was born and raised, or if you guys gonna do it down here. but as far as like his parents,
you have to just call him.
yeah, that's one of this when I would
Can you give them your information?
yeah, definitely.
I need your information.
Yeah, I'll give you one of my cards in a minute. Now, before you leave, you'll have all my information. Okay.
Is there any way I can see him at any point?
Yes, you'll be able to see him.
Say goodbye.
You'll be able to see him once he goes to the funeral home. At the funeral home, they'll be able to call you, and you'll be able to, go and do all your finals. Okay.
Oh my God.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm sorry.
No, you don't have anything to be sorry about. I apologize to you that you got that experience that, only thing you guys trying to do is live life, you know what I mean? And someone like this.
Such a good life, too. My daughter and I were through the ringer before we met him, and he's my best friend, and such a good relationship and marriage, and we traveled together, made all these plans. We have a cruise booked into 2022. We just booked it with our best friends. What am I gonna do?
I'll be praying for you and your family.
Thank you.
Thank you. I know one thing about this, when you're going through these times, what I do, and when there's any times, I just trust that the good Lord's going to bring everything to make everything okay. And that's what I tell you. That's what I tell you. One thing now, we have to stand strong on our faith and trust and pray that God is going to make a way, because I know He's not going to put more on you than you can bear. But one thing I do is just you trust Him, and you pray, God will bring you and ease your heart. I've been through a lot as well, but never nothing like this. But I've had my fair share of things that occur in my life, and would always help me through when I lean on God. Sometimes we don't always know the answers and always know why these type of things that happen to us. But at the end, I guarantee you, God will come through for me. He always does. Never let me down. And I know He won't let you down. So I tell you this, you just continue to pray for me. That's how I work your husband's case and yours case. And I guarantee I'll be keeping communication with you. But the biggest thing is we got to get down to the bottom of it. So you need anything else to drink?
No.
Okay. I'm going to bring your daughter back in here so she can be with you.
Okay.
And if you guys need anything, just knock on this door.
Okay.
And we'll have our officers right here sitting outside the door.
Okay.
So if you need anything, because I want to make sure, because we're still investigating, and I want to make sure that if there's anything I have a question about once I go back out to you, that I can just give you a call and say, hey, what's up with this? And if you have, if you can help me out, okay?
Okay.
All right, and I'll let you know here shortly, okay? Thank you.
Should I call his family now?
Yes, ma'am. You can go.
Because I already told his work, and I don't want them hearing from somebody else.
Okay. All right. Thank you. All right.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
Oh my God. Okay. Yeah. Is Mona Moose out there?
I think so.
I don't think that brought them up.
They said we were outside and not in they said they could take us home. They find who did this?
No, we found a video of somebody walking in the yard at the house next door at 2:30 in the morning. But it's nobody. And I asked if they got the plate number off the truck. They said it's blurry. They're trying to process it. 2:38 this morning.
Mona said that their neighbors on the other side have cameras. If it'll help.
I think they're looking at all the neighbors right now.
Okay, good.
So
Yeah.
That's the vacant house.
Isn't somebody flipping it?
I don't know what he's doing. Nobody's been working over there for a while. I have the owner's information. I give the detective that. I don't know
What is he doing?
I don't know. We when we first looked at it, he's putting on gloves and then walking that way. But at 2:30 in the morning.
Yeah, that's weird. Thanks.
So I'm gonna see him come back this way.
That's weird. Looks like a white dude.
Well, he thought it was either Hispanic or black. The detective did. It's hard to tell.
Heavy
It's so
Hispanic,
dark.
yeah.
I have to call. I should just call Lori, right?
Yeah. Please call her first. Oh my god. Doesn't feel real.
What?
It doesn't feel real.
No.
Like I feel like somebody's gonna walk in and say, just kidding. I know.
I wish. Anybody talk to you? Lori? Hi, can you hear me? Lori? Hello? Hi, can you hear me? Yeah, I can now. Jamie and I were attacked this morning and somebody shot Jamie and killed him. We're at the police station. We take Maggie for our walk every morning, and we left the house and somebody came up and shot him, and he's gone. I don't know. The police have been working on it all morning, but they haven't found anybody yet. And I don't know how to tell your parents, and I'm so sorry. Are you there? Are you there? Hello? We left to walk the dog, and somebody ran up behind us. Jimmy was behind me, and somebody ran up behind us and shot him, and then tried to beat me up and took my and he's dead. He's dead. I don't know what to do. No, I'm in the downtown Dallas department in the homicide division. They're going through our ring camera videos and stuff. Yes, shot. They shot him. They shot him like 6 times and through the head. He's gone. He's gone. I'm so sorry. She's with me. I have her. She's with me. I don't know. No, just wait, because I don't know what the detective. I need to talk to the detective more. they're gonna do an autopsy and they're not releasing his body for a little while, and so, and I don't know either. I don't know, should I, do you want me to call them with you, or what? Take a little, okay. I'm sorry. And I felt so bad because I couldn't get a good look at the person, and I felt so stupid talking to the detective because all I could say was that he was dark. I mean, like, he wore dark clothing. I couldn't even see his face. I don't even know what ethnicity he was. I just have no help. The neighbors. Oh yeah. The neighbors, some of the neighbors got a picture of the truck, I guess, that the person got into or drove off. I don't know. So they have that photo and they're looking for that. And then one of our security cameras caught somebody walking around their house next door to us has been vacant for a year, and it caught somebody walking around the backyard of that house at 2:30 in the morning, but you can't really see much. It's just a heavy-set guy. No, it happened at 7:30 this morning when we walked out of the house. Take some time, I think, maybe, to just calm down, because I don't know what this is going to do to them. I know his chemo today. Okay. I'll call. Okay, so sorry. Oh my God. Bye. Her David's crying in the background, like sobbing. I told the detective it's the only family I have. It's the only family you have too. It's us and them, that's it. Why? Why? I feel bad that both of us are waiting. I don't want them to wait. I don't really want them up here either. Okay. I'm just not up for it. Okay. Just tell them to go home and we'll... Because I don't know how much longer it's going to be. I'm so glad they found Maggie. Oh my God. I wonder where they found her. They want Dad's phone, so I need to get that to them.
Okay. Where is it? Is it in the house?
You remember he has got the 2 phone, but
Yeah.
the one that's working, I think it's actually still plugged in on it, or it's either on his desk or something, so I'll get that. This guy keep okay. Sorry, saying she might wait to call them. Oh my god.
What did the detective say?
We're just trying to figure it out. I gave them the owner of the. They said that they have the picture of the truck, but they can't make out the plate. I gave them the owner. We watched the video together, and then I gave him the owner's house's information. They're gonna talk to him, but who knows if that's even really it. I mean, you would think it would be. And then, what did it say? Is that Mona?
Melissa. They said that you guys, you don't know how long we're going to be. You guys can go home and I'll check in with you later. And they said, no, we'll wait. It doesn't matter how long.
Okay.
I'm just going to leave it.
Yeah, that's fine.
She's asking how you are. How are you feeling? Physically?
I think, okay, so he said somebody's gonna come in and take pictures of me. He was asking if we've had any run-ins with any of the neighbors, or, like, we have an amazing neighborhood. And the only thing I could think of, as I told him, what Emery told us the other night about stuff being stolen, their chairs being stolen and everything off the front. And I did tell them that Mona and Melissa owes money. I'm like, that's all been very friendly, and there's no way they would ever have anything to do with anything. And that family loves us. I can't think of anything. There's nothing been. I mean, about that halfway house across the street. I should tell them about that, right?
Yeah, you should.
Can I talk to you at the check-in?
I just remembered something.
Yeah.
I talked to Judy. She's thinking about us.
God, the phone won't stop. Wait, tell Kate to please call ahead. Oh, I think I did text me too.
If you need help making calls, I can explain.
I know. Just be with me. Thanks. I did fight hard. I did. Something spooked him, I think. I can't figure out why he would take me up and then just leave.
Yeah.
So I think something spooked him because it was like I screamed and like there were people. I think maybe just people coming out after getting the shot spooked him off.
call you in a minute.
Okay. Thank you. Oh, look at the bruising. That's starting.
Thanks, Mom.
Wow. How did I not feel that?
Adrenaline shock.
I gotta change my ringtone. I have it on so freaking Halloween tone. Not appropriate.
I was there to see them in the car.
God damn. One time I get something for Halloween. This is Jennifer. Yeah, so Detective Walt, the thing I'm talking to my daughter, there's a halfway house across the street. So, you know where the empty lot is? Just north of that empty lot, there's a registered sex offender that lives there, and he operates a halfway house out of that home. And we actually complained to our community patrol officer about some of the people that were living there because they were going and sitting on people's cars and stuff. That was a while ago, but it might be worth looking into. Okay, thank you.
Maybe something.
It's not that interesting. So he said they'll do an autopsy, not today, tomorrow, and then ask us for a few. Oh my god.
Maybe we'll get something from ballistics.
Yeah, maybe. Okay, so meetings are happening right now. Happy organization. This is Jennifer. Hi. Yeah. He could be. I think so. Yeah, it could be. Yeah. Yep, absolutely. I'll do that right now. Okay. All right. Bye.
I think Judy told the team.
I'm having trouble thinking. Can you help me with this?
Yeah.
So he wants a screenshot
The
of the
230.
230.
Here, you just passed it. You passed it.
Oh, thank you.
Mm-hmm. Is that it?
Yeah.
That's probably the best one, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll just send all of them to him.
I'm going to. Come on. Thank you.
Oh my god. This can't be real. This is really happening. Should I call Jason? Jason. It's Jen. Jamie and I were attacked this morning and Jamie was shot and he's gone. Jamie was shot this morning and he's gone. It's okay. He's gone. He's gone. He was shot. He was shot. Jamie? We were walking the dog and we left the house and somebody came up behind us and shot him, and then I don't know if they were trying to rob me or what, but beat me, and I think somebody spooked him off or something. I have Amber here, and we're at the Dallas police station with the detectives are asking us questions and trying to figure out who did this. I called his sister, and she's gonna call his parents, but his dad has chemo today, and she doesn't want to lose his chemo. We just don't know what to do. I just want you to hear it from me, and I want you to hear it from anybody else, because I had to call Jeremy to get his boss's number. No, he's been working from home. We walk Maggie every morning when we get up, and we were just going for our walk. We had Maggie, and then we couldn't find Maggie for a while, and then the police finally found Maggie, brought her back, but I saw it all happen. And then he came after me. I thought for sure he was going to kill me. But he kept trying to take off my wedding rings. And then he taped my hands together, and then I think I don't know if something spooked her, but all of a sudden it just stopped and he was gone. And I just could see Jamie laying there in the street. We should have never come here. We should have never come here, Jesus. Can you help me reach out to people, because I just can't. I just can't tell everybody, but anybody that you know who knows us in Phoenix, just let them know, because I just can't do all of it. I'll let you know what the detective says. They're still working on it. They're gonna come take pictures of my injuries and stuff, and somebody got a picture of a truck that was there, and we were trying to run that down, and then our ring camera caught somebody walking around the backyard of the house next to us, which is vacant, and at about 2:30 in the morning. So I just sent screenshots of all that to the detective. And they're gonna take Jamie's phone and see if anybody's made threats or anything. But Jamie would tell me. He would tell me. And he hasn't said anything. There's nobody that doesn't like him. I had the perfect life, Jason. And then Amber is just devastated. She's like, why can't I just have a dad? I know there's a reason, but I don't know, I think I'm still in shock. I just wanted to call and tell you. I didn't want you to hear it from anyone else. I should probably go, but I'll keep you posted on everything. Okay. I know. I'm sorry, too. He's your best friend. Okay. I'll keep you posted. I will. Okay. Thank you. I love you too. I'll talk to you later. Bye. He was the officer for paper towels or something. Yeah. The homicide department doesn't have cleanup.
Thank you.
She said she just didn't. She just called but didn't tell because Dad is at chemo. I couldn't tell her alone. She said she's gonna start looking for flights.
When I get home, I'm gonna cancel my flight to Prescott.
Are you sure? You should go.
I don't want to leave you.
I'll be okay. You should go. Dad don't want you to go. You need to go finish this. You worked so hard.
I'm sorry for the conversation.
That's okay.
Thank you so much. What if you came with me? What if you came with me?
What are you doing, Maggie? Then I gotta deal with all this with the investigation. Hopefully they'll find somebody. I need to add the detective in my contacts.
I can share the contact.
I have his number. Although I think he gave you a different number. I don't know. He'll just share it with me anyway. Is it the or what?
I think so.
Okay, that's the number I have. Detective Walton, right?
Mm-hmm. Should I tell Emma?
I should call it.
Emma. No. My mom and dad were walking Maggie this morning and they got attacked and my dad got shot and he's gone. My mom and her at the police station. And the detectives are trying to figure out who would do this and we don't know who did it. We have to call my aunt and tell her about where my grandparents because my grandpa's getting chemo today. And so we need to tell them that he's going with chemo. I just wanted you to hear it from me. It just doesn't even feel real. I just don't understand why somebody would do this. Anyway, I should probably go. But I wanted to tell you. I love you. Okay. Okay. want Emma to come out?
Let's just hold off a little. We gotta see what's gonna happen.
Okay. I'll let you know. Okay. There's a lot going on right now. Okay. Okay. Emma says she loves you. I love you too. I know she loves you too. I love you. Love you too. Okay. Hi. Melissa says she's parked in back. Just let her know when they're done. Her friend Laura and the officers are sitting in her office. Oh. I just feel like somebody took part of my birth away. I should call it. Hi, Ed. I know Jeremy told you, but I just wanted to call and just, I don't know unless in case you wanted anything else to know or. Yeah. Right, he's going for chemo today. We haven't told his parents yet. I called his sister, and she's waiting because he's in the middle of chemo right now. So he's supposed to be out between 12 and 12:30 in Nevada time. And then we're gonna tell them, but I just can't believe it. I just can't believe it. I don't understand. And they want his phone. I know it's a work phone, but that's fine, right? I can give the detectives his phone. Yeah. And they want to know if, like, he's had any, like, if arguments or anything with anybody, and not as far as I know, like, nothing around our neighborhood or anything. He hasn't told me anything at work, so. No. Yeah, they just came up. So what happened was we walk our dog every morning, and we left the house to go walk her, and I was in front of Jamie with the dog, and I heard running, and I turned around, and he was just shooting Jamie, just shooting him right in front of me, and then I stood there because I think I just couldn't believe what was happening, and I think I was screaming, and then and then he came after me and taped my hands together and was beating on me, and then I remember seeing a lot of people starting to gather around, so I think he got spooked off and he left. I think so. It all happened so fast. He kept trying to take off my wedding rings. And then, yeah, and neighbors got a picture of the truck. It was a black truck that had a Texas Ranger sticker in the back window. And they said that the plates were blurry, so they're trying to process that. And then we went through all of our security camera footage this morning, and there was somebody in the house next door, so the house next door is vacant. There was somebody walking around the backyard of that house at 2:30 this morning, but that's all we have. But I told the detective it's not like they were trying to rob Jamie or anything, because unless they tried to take something from him before I turned around, that's the only thing I can think of, because I heard them running, and I didn't turn around until I heard the first shot, but the guy wasn't all that close to him, so I don't know. I just don't understand. Obviously, just all of his work. His work was us, and his job was his whole life. So, Patrick. I tried calling Kate this morning because I didn't have your number, so Jeremy was the only other person I could think of. And then, I called our best friends in Phoenix. But I can't think of it. If I think of anything, I'll ask you. It's okay. Oh no, it's okay. So, we're at the police station. Still, Amber's with me, and we're still at the police station. I think the detective went back to the house, and they're still looking at stuff there. And then we're supposed to just hang tight until he's done there in case he has any more questions. And then he said they're going to do an autopsy in the next day or two, and then release his body to a funeral home. We have to figure out a funeral home. So I think his sister, Jamie's sister, is planning on coming out. So yeah, Phoenix. No, she's been working. She's working for that lady in Prescott, but she's been home with us the whole time. She's been doing it remotely. Right. Yeah, she's a campaign manager. So she's with me. I know, me too. It's okay. I will. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Yeah, that would be great. I'll text you my email address. Okay. Okay, thank you, Ed. Bye. I wish I could remember more. I remember getting a glimpse of the truck, but I don't remember being there before. So it means there was more than one person, right? Outside. I just feel like I'm not helping. Like he asked me, like, the stupid pictures of the ring video, how am I supposed to tell if that could be the person that attacked me? I don't know. How does anybody tell? I couldn't see the person.
Maybe some of the neighbors saw something.
Oh my god. Somebody passed in a silver car. I just had this look on his face like, gee, what's going on? And I'm sitting there with my hands taped. And they like just slowly like looked at Jamie's body, looked at me, and just was like, and the lady next door is like, call the police. She said it to him in Spanish. I think they just kept going, I'm not sure. They asked you anything, or did they just that? How does that with that? I was alone in the conference room. Oh, that's getting crying. No, I was totally fine. I just felt bad. What do we do? Just keep living. I can't get past the look on his face. On the ads. So scared. No, it was like, he just like, I don't know, I can't describe it. It was like shock, I think. I remember seeing 2 bullets hit him and just kind of was like, he didn't understand what's happening. Oh my god. I'm sorry. I'm trying to be really strong, and I'm just having a hard time. I'm trying to keep it together.
I don't feel like you have to keep it together for me. I'm fine. I mean, I'm not, obviously, but like, you know.
You know, but you're my daughter. God intervened and let me live. I know he did, because why not just shoot me?
I mean, I'm very glad he did.
I mean, I am too, but it doesn't make any sense. I don't understand the thought process. You don't try to rob him. You've got a gun in your hand. Maybe he was out of bullets. I guess that's a possibility. He fired like 6 shots. Ugh. The detective should maybe talk to Jason. That's the only other person I can think of that Dad would have said anything to if somebody was. Oh, he wouldn't. He wouldn't. I don't think Dad would have said to me. He always tells me people he's having issues with at work. I know everything. I sit across from him all day, every day. I hear everything that goes on at work.
I mean, could it be somebody he had a fire?
I mean, maybe they just did all those layoffs, but that was he hasn't fired anybody.
Right.
I keep thinking it's because we're the rich people in the neighborhood too. I hate to think that way, but you don't know what goes through people's heads. Yeah.
No, Andy and I were talking this morning, and one of the costs you really coming up with much on trying to find last suburban, so we talked about it, and I think we need to go ahead and release that publicly. Not a whole lot, I mean, it's just,
Is your head okay?
No, it hurts right there. I must have just bumped it or something. I don't know. It's kind of achy.
Trying to figure out who he is. That's the ex-boyfriend of Rachel. We know that he knew where she was staying. That he had been over there about a month prior to the murder. So right now we're kind of focusing on trying to work these in. But like I said, we want to go ahead and put that news out. We have actual evidence and a couple skills, and of course, let the squad post to the public to look at. All right. Well, you don't worry about it. I'll figure something out.
Maybe we should get your head checked out now.
Yeah, maybe.
Are those
Yeah,
bruises?
anyway, on the urban deal, I brought the girlfriend back down here this morning and talked to her. And it's really changed.
Those?
So much.
Yeah, it's from that rash I caught.
Hey guys, I'm Detective Barnes. I wanted to check in on you guys, make sure you guys, is there anything I can do for you guys?
Yeah, how much longer it'll be.
Let me call and find out, and, cause I know they're running around and made it rush, so I'll call and check and I'll come back and let you guys know something.
Have they found anything?
I don't know yet, I'm working on another case, but you guys need, before I can get back around here, just knock on his door. Okay?
I'm doing constantly now. I went down to finish the property room. They wanted to told me, hey, just walk it over to Frank and have them swap it. They'll put it into mine and the proper inventory. And now Frank said, no, we can't do
Hello? Yeah, this is she.
Hi, Kristen from Louisiana. How are you?
Now's not a good time, thank you. This sales vendor. I'll come after you at single.
Oh, did you already go?
Huh? I went earlier. I just have to pee again.
Restroom?
Right. He said, well, you know,
Hi, Detective Walton. My mom's using the restroom. Yeah, we're okay. I think we're just eager to go home, so. Okay, thank you. Yeah, they woke me up. I was like out of a dead sleep. It took me a minute to figure out what was going on. So. Okay, thank you. Sorry, that was Detective Walton.
Yeah, I just called him. Did he tell you the same thing? He's gonna need you guys for a little bit longer?
Yeah.
If you want to, you guys can hang out in this room. There's a TV. It's a little more, I guess, comfortable probably than this room if that's what you guys want to do.
Okay. Do you want to go in the conference room? There's like a TV and stuff in there. I don't care. People come home. Okay.
You can just leave that in.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, it's just right across the hallway.
Later that day, Jennifer Faith and her daughter are brought back to the interview room. Police tell the pair they need to take photos of Jennifer's injuries from the attack.
Why didn't they do any photographs or DNA here? Yeah, it's weird. If the guy attacked me, if I grabbed him, yeah. Why didn't they do my fingernails? Hopefully they did the tape. Maybe fingerprints or DNA on that. Yeah. Thank you. Do you know how much longer?
Yes, they just called the detective.
He's on the field. He'll be here shortly. And then I'll be taking you.
And I have my cell phone. He said I could get that back, but
Last thing that he told me was he would be here shortly and answer all your questions. So I know you guys have been through a lot, so
I have like 8 million people I still need to talk to, and I'm tired.
I can end my phone. Can I go?
I don't have any numbers for my phone.
Do you have any other numbers?
Yeah, I mean, we've called important people. It's okay. It's okay. I'm just getting tired. I'm sorry.
Yes, sir.
It's gonna be okay. I know. I just don't think it's fair to make us wait all this time. I'm just not in a good place. I'm trying to be very understanding. Why are these battles numbered?
What? What are you?
Weird.
That's weird.
I got the detective so you can talk to him.
Hello? Okay, thank you. Bye. He's gonna see if they can get me my phone and then I can go.
I just wanted you guys to know.
Yeah, thank you.
that
I appreciate
I'm
it.
trying to connect the dots.
Thank you. They said they're trying to get surveillance from a store owner. Put something. What if these are numbered? Like, you know how sometimes you see on TV, like they try to collect DNA from.
Were you
thinking
that? Mom, we might need to lay off the eye detail for a while.
I'm so glad you were home for me. I mean, like, we were together, you know what I mean?
Yeah. Gosh, could you imagine if I was still in Florida?
No. Well, no. For many reasons. For many, many reasons. Bad boss, COVID. There's a lot of reasons why you shouldn't be in Florida.
Yeah. Margaret would have let me know.
Okay.
And then I would have.
Yeah. I just wondered about that. Who was it that was asking if I talked to today and I was asking about, oh, Ed. Yeah, I was asking if I used to live in the
Dad doesn't know. It's very cute.
Probably, yeah.
Yeah.
He doesn't get it, but he's proud.
Yeah. I just remember hearing him on a call one day. And he was like, yeah, she's doing some campaign, something. She's like a staffer. And I'm like,
Oh boy.
but he sounded very happy.
Oh, he always is.
Yes. fuck me. Because I'm already almost there. I've just never been loved by anybody like that. I just really miss him. Yeah. Don't think him. I thought you were gonna take pictures of my stuff. Why are they collecting evidence of me? Like, I attacked me. Why would they collect evidence of me? I don't know. I was totally worried about Scott. I just need to figure out what to do. I don't know. Maybe. What do you need to do there? Okay. I was gonna help with the glue drop and stuff, but I can handle it. But how far? It's like 2 weeks away. 3. Let's just see where things are at. It's not the flight's going in. Yeah. I'm not gonna leave till the 29th. And they're doing supporter housing, right? Yeah, I think so. Okay, so they're not out any money if you don't go. Okay. Yeah, we'll see where things are. Huh? We'll see where things are. Yeah. Your glasses are still fine. I know. It's so creepy. They do that a lot. I have anti-fog stuff at home. Okay. But maybe. I don't recommend wearing these on a rainy day in DC. Like, it's a recipe for disaster. It's a good way to like slide down the asphalt. Looks like I slipped down the stairs last night. Yeah, right at this point, I don't even think they could call it to me for me because you washed your hands and I've been eating. Oh my god. I should not please only think about you. I don't know, the guy was clouded. Like, yeah, like, explain it to the detective. You know those gloves that have like the sticky, like, but they were in football. Yeah. Yeah, those kinds of gloves. And then, it's seriously this, I feel like his whole body was covered. It just, I feel like it was black clothing that, I don't know. Sounds planned. Yeah, I mean, considering somebody was wandering around next door at 2:30 in the morning. Yeah. Or they like got to cover up her gloves or hands, like that's. Well, yeah, then there was a truck sitting right there. Yeah. It's not like somebody hopped out of the truck and just decided to there was one that was right there that drove off. Right. Yeah, it's all very premeditated. Why? I don't know.
question?
No.
I'll let you know.
No, I'm okay, thanks.
Oh, you know what, officer? The detective?
My name's Fidel.
I'm sorry. They,
Please call me Fidel.
okay, Fidel. They were gonna take pictures of my injuries, and nobody has yet.
Let me call the detective.
Okay. Because I got to thinking I was fighting with the guy too, if they
Let me
want
call the detective.
DNA or something.
Let me call the detective.
I wash my hands.
Hey, detective, this is Ortiz. My complainant says that no one has taken pictures of your injuries. Do you want me to get crime scene? Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Let me do it right now.
And so tax will scrape under your nails too.
I just cut them too. Sucks.
Yeah.
I cut this ground, so I don't know. I see dirt everywhere, so maybe.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe somebody doesn't like our little signs in the yard. I mean, this is like the that's going through my head. I just am racking my brain, trying to make sense. You know, we've got those Biden signs and that one.
But there are tons of Biden signs in our neighborhood.
No, but I have that one. We have that one sign. The kindness is everything sign. Black Lives Matter. I don't know. I think too, there's that one crazy dude that lives down the street a little while. You know, that keeps getting picked up for mental health.
Yeah.
I don't think he's ever tried to hurt anybody except himself, but
Well, I don't think he has somewhere. I thought to pull something like this off.
no, I don't think so either. No. And yeah, the truck doesn't make sense.
Yeah. It's the one house with the truck that kept doing like crazy speeds.
That's the house across the street from Jeff and Karen.
Yeah.
That was a silver low rider pickup.
Oh, okay.
Jeff just made a call for street race down our street yesterday.
You okay?
The detective's back. I'll watch them walk in. I thought of something while I was in the bathroom. I was gonna make it sound super conspiracy theorist, but do you remember me telling you about how Judy and I talked to a former CD candidate who ran against Judy? And she like pulled like crazy. She like had him followed and all kinds of crazy stuff.
I don't remember you telling me that.
Yeah, she like had him followed by like multiple people. Like had like there were like cars on his street near his house. Like
Really?
yeah, and he came to us with like a bunch of information about her illegally selling BLM land that we've been vetting to potentially drop to the press. It wasn't airtight enough, so that's why we didn't drop it. Is it worthwhile?
I think at this point anything.
It's just, it sounds crazy.
What happened was crazy.
Okay, here you go. They put it on airplane mode, so that way you can take it off with so as soon as they take photos of you, we'll get you back to the house, and then that way I get his cell phone and go from there. But how you feel so far? Your head and everything.
I thought everything was Tylenol.
Okay.
Just some superficial stuff.
Yeah, the crime scene's on the way. They're gonna get the photos.
What store did you guys? What?
They're right there at the corner of Sheridan so you got the mechanic shops right there.
Yeah.
I was able to track the vehicle.
Brandon and Hampton.
I guess yes, that's the Hampton. Yes, I saw that it was tracked. I'm just trying right now. I'm just going down the whole street.
Trying to follow.
Yeah, trying to follow, and everybody is pretty cooperative. So we just until hopefully we can land the right video camera that's going to zoom in against that angle that we need. So I'm praying for that. And then too, I'll be putting out more information to the media today. But as far as right now,
His family's coming tomorrow.
okay.
And
So how did they take it?
No.
Oh man.
No. So my father-in-law had chemo today. He has it in another 3 weeks, and then he's hopping on a plane tomorrow. I mean, it's just the whole COVID thing. They're on hold. And
Like I said, I'll be able to meet with him tomorrow too, because I'll be here. I probably may not leave, but no, it's all good. No, it's all good. But
did you want to tell him?
If it's a long shot, it's a long shot. I thought of something that I forgot earlier. So,
I'm listening to you. Okay.
the state house race I'm working on is wasn't thought to be competitive until I came on board.
Yeah.
And we're running against an opponent who's batshit crazy. I mean, just to put it frankly. And about a month ago, I think it was about a month ago, I have to talk to Judy and ask her. We talked to somebody else who had run against her in the past, and he was telling us some really concerning shit about, like, sorry, I curse a lot, about, like, how, like, this woman, like, had him followed and, like, had, like cars parked on, like, watching his house, like, trying to, like, intimidate him and all, like, sorts of stuff. And, like, she just fights really dirty, and I know that sounds, like, very political conspiracy, but it just, I don't know, it's probably not even relevant. Like, they're 3 states over, but I
don't put that in the past. I look into everything.
Yeah, so the opponent's name's Judy. Yeah, my boss is Judy, who is a saint among men and women, which is why it's shocking she's running for office. Yeah, and then we're also running against a man named Quan. I don't think anything. He's a first-time candidate. He's not really much to write home about. But yeah, she's known for fighting dirty and for using intimidation tactics.
Judy.
In Arizona.
In Arizona.
Yeah.
You're the campaign manager. She running against Judy.
Yeah, she's running against Judy.
She knows that you are the campaign manager.
Mm-hmm. And my information is like public. I mean, I send out emails for myself to our list. I show up at Zoom events. Like, I'm next to Judy. I'm the public face of the campaign. So.
Okay. All right. Thank you. I appreciate it. Wait 1 second. I'll be right back. Do you have any questions for me? Y'all okay?
No, we're good.
Okay.
Thank you. Has she done that to Judy? She has
Well,
Judy's-
there's been a couple of like people who've like just like driven up to Judy's house and like looked around, and it was like, and Judy got kind of freaked out that like they didn't do anything.
But you said they've been tearing up people's signs or graffitiing them.
Yeah, like somebody's truck got graffitied, and he was putting up signs for us. And he filed a police report right away, but that's like standard from the Arizona Republican Party.
That's all we need.
I know. That's why they're losing to us. I think that's something crazy.
No, I mean, you just never know.
Yeah.
And right now, you know. I don't even know how to start to answer all this.
You don't have to answer it right now.
It's the team at American wants to make food. They have so much fucking food.
Oh, she wanted to know if her and Jason should come out. I told her I would talk to you and that Lori and Grandpa are coming out tomorrow. I just... Sorry, Regina was asking if her and Jason should come out. And I told her I would talk to you about Lori and Grandpa.
I want Jason and Regina out.
Yeah.
Yeah, but tell them to hold off booking anything because, or one or both of them would be great.
Okay.
I need that support.
Yeah, I agree.
And you need that support.
Yeah.
But tell them.
I'll tell them that you can manage their flights.
Well, I'll forward them information that the company is going to fly people, whoever needs to be flown. They're going to run a story on Jamie.
Is it to get tips, hopefully?
Jennifer, Suzanne Weber again, and I hate to bother you. CorpCom, which is corporate communications, reached out to say that NBC authority in Dallas called them. We're going to run a story on Jamie, and the thing is, I didn't know if you talked to his parents or not, and was trying to get in front of them so they would not release the story if that hadn't taken place. They didn't get the information from us. They got it from the coroner's office, and so I guess it's sort of public knowledge, but not really out in the media yet. So I wanted to give you a heads up and just get an understanding if that's problematic for you, because I wanted to get that back to them. Thank you.
Should I call him back? Yeah. It's only 5:46.
God, this is going to kill us too.
What did you and Jason out? Go ahead and do it.
I need to gather some strength from somewhere.
I recommend your booty. Because it's kicking. That's how my papa raised me. It's all squat.
These are interesting waters.
Ooh, yeah.
Very interesting. Right here. Let me go tell them.
Do you have a preference, Mom?
I think I want the orange and grapefruit.
Go for it. I wanted the blueberry pomegranate. Perfect. It works.
That's why you're my kid.
Help. It's almost like we're related or something. Crazy.
Hello.
Hi.
I'm a crime scene attendant. Have you come to take a few photographs of you? Okay, perfect.
We were also thinking maybe like she has some DNA under her nails. I don't know if you
Did
can.
you touch them?
He was beating me. I was grabbing at it.
Okay. Let's do pictures first, and I'll go back to the lab, and I'll get some.
Do you want me to go grab it?
Mm,
Thanks.
Do you have an idea or anything on you first? I want to just get your name and info.
And you want me to show you where injuries are?
Yes. Do overall photograph, one of your face, and a close up of any injuries you have, okay? Okay, so keep your mask on. Put your mask down for me. Okay, can you put it back on? And what are your injuries?
And then I'm starting to get some bruising. Like I just think all the bruises are showing up right away. Okay. I was bleeding. And then I got hit in the side of my face, but I don't know. In the detective talking about there's something on the bridge of my nose and I'm
Okay, yeah, it's a little red. Okay, we'll start down here and then work our way up.
okay.
Put that down. The other leg.
Those are birthmarks.
Okay.
Just this small bruise here is now. I keep finding new stuff.
No,
so
you're fine. Anything you find, let me know. Okay. So we can document everything. And when I do leave it, like a few days from now, you get more bruising, just take a picture of your phone, you can send it to the detective.
Perfect. That's what they said at the hospital, is that it would probably get worse over the next 2 or 3 days.
So we have here, anything else up here?
And then this is from the tape.
Okay. What you said. Over here, you can scratch here. Okay.
This was just rash, that's after that is new.
Okay. And then you set your face.
I don't know if anything's showing up.
That's a little red.
I got hit.
Right. Splash, okay. Me too. What about the other cheek?
I don't think so. This is the side of my head that I hit. I don't.
Is it okay if I just feel
Yeah, absolutely. I don't think there's no cuts or no that. They checked it at
Okay.
the hospital. They just said little patches swelling.
Any other ones? Hands, your back.
So I got hit there. I don't remember. Yeah, I got hit on the side. On the
Ooh, like
shoulder.
right here.
Yeah.
Okay, that's a really bad one right there. There we go. Any other bruises you can think of? Okay. When you talk to the detectives, I'll go back and see if they want me to do your fingernails, okay?
This right now.
My turn.
그거 사카니.
If they finish, what you guys?
She wanted to talk to you to see if you wanted to do fingernail scraping since I
Yes, okay.
had.
Where is she?
I don't know.
I think she
went
went back to
find
the
you.
lab.
No, she said she was gonna go find him.
Oh, maybe. I don't know.
Can I get y'all anything?
Um,
Y'all need anything?
Oh,
I'm so sorry.
thank you.
The white glove?
It did. I don't know what happened.
Okay. I keep those.
I mean, that makes sense, right? Since I was fighting with him, maybe something.
Yeah.
I've already washed my hands, but
Anything helps.
okay.
You know, right now. You know, anything.
Even
And we're
crazy political conspiracy theories.
never know. You're right.
I feel like a crazy person, so I'm sorry if you waste your time on that.
No, it's no wasting anything. We just spoke with Ed, the boss, Jeremy.
Okay.
I'm sorry, detective.
Good.
They're coming back to do that.
Okay. Okay.
So, you know, we're talking.
Good. Jason is another really close friend of Jamie's. Jamie tells Jason everything.
Jason?
Yeah.
They'll probably be coming into town in the next couple of days.
He's coming in?
Yeah,
Okay, where is he? In Arizona?
He's in Arizona.
Everybody's in Arizona.
Jason? Give me another friend. You know his phone?
Yeah.
Light going on?
Yeah, one out.
Okay, thank you.
That's his closest friend.
That's his closest
That's his
friend.
closest friend.
Okay.
Like, if he tells anybody anything, it's gonna be Jason.
Okay. Okay.
Like, we're really close with that couple. We've all taken vacations together.
Okay. Okay.
Jason's wife was my dance teacher growing up.
Okay.
So.
And he was our realtor. I mean, they were witnesses at our wedding. I mean,
Oh man. Okay.
that's our family.
Okay. Okay. I sure will. We'll give him a call. Have you guys eaten anything? I mean,
We have a bag of chips at the hospital.
Yeah.
Jesus. That's it? No.
I'm not hungry. I mean, we'll be okay. Especially if we're gone soon. So.
Yeah. Are you going to take your neighbor up on that offer, or are you going to just stay at the house?
We said we just want to be home with the dog.
Yeah. Okay. I understand.
We have our whole family coming. Like his whole family's coming tomorrow. So
Okay.
that'll be good. And then Jason's probably coming out.
Okay. That's good. That's good.
Yeah.
That's really good. Okay.
Our neighbors are amazing.
Yeah. Yeah, I can tell. I mean, yeah, that's good. And you need that.
Yeah.
We're working hard, so
I know you are.
I promise you, we're.
Any ideas? Any? No.
It's senseless.
I know.
You know, it just
don't-
it makes no sense. Makes no sense at all.
Nothing.
Yeah. No sense.
I kept thinking, well, maybe I didn't get shot because he ran around bullets on Jamie or.
Oh, we thought the same thing.
I remember seeing the gun. I don't know. I just don't even know what to think.
We're going to find out.
I don't know.
You know, you work.
I need cards.
Your contact info.
Oh, yes. You get that.
Okay, thank you. Darren texted me.
He doesn't know.
He's having dinner with some girls in Dixie right now. Oh gosh, Ed.
Alright. Let's see how long your nails there are. Do you prefer if I scrape them or clip them?
I don't know. Probably scrape because they're so short.
I don't want to hurt you by trying to
I
clip
know,
them.
that's what I was thinking. I'm like, I mean, I'm willing to do whatever you think you can get better. But I've washed my hands at the hospital already. I took home. There's still stuff there.
Some of these are pretty long, so let me try to clip the ones that I can,
Okay.
and then we'll scrape the ones that I
Okay.
can't.
That light went out.
Hey, crime scene tech proof it.
Right.
Supposed to be your right hand first. Oh gosh. Maybe my gloves are just too big. Seriously. It's not the thing that's part of it. Ready? Look at your fingernails like they keep flying everywhere. Oops. Don't know without my mask on. Let's try a different way. Put my fingers underneath it. Let me like different clippers for you guys. Ones that catch things, you know. There we go. Elena.
Oh no. People kind of little.
These will also hit the nose.
What?
This will hit the nose.
Yeah. Ed said we were gonna run a story.
Yeah. Your nose is gonna have enough.
Well, but no, she's in Phoenix.
It's an American Airlines hub that might be reported there.
That or Regina told her.
They don't talk though. Okay. We'll figure out what that is.
It's in there.
Yeah.
I don't know which hand that one though.
Alright, do you have any questions for me? No. Well, enjoy the rest of your day, okay?
Not enjoying the rest of my day.
No, really much for that.
She's just being polite.
She's just
I know. I'm really not.
You're grieving. You're grieving. We're both grieving. I think Regina probably maybe told Mira.
Taco. No. So stupid.
I was thinking about that earlier. I'm like, oh, Taco's not gonna have daddy love fast time anymore. So it's cute. Yeah.
Thank you for your patience. Let me take you home.
Oh, good. Thank you.
The detectives will be following us.
Okay. Oh yeah, they do have one. Yeah, awesome.
And that blanket, I got it in the conference room, sir.
And then when I use to take this with me.
Thank you, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Thank you. If you guys haven't eaten, we can stop at McDonald's and I'll buy you dinner.
No, it's okay. We have a ton of leftovers at home.
Detectives and Jennifer Faith give a series of interviews, pleading for anyone with information about the murder to come forward. A neighbor reports having seen a vehicle with a white T decal on the back window around the time of the shooting. Hoping to find anyone who might have a grudge against Jamie, investigators search through the Faith's devices. They begin to suspect that Jennifer's former high school sweetheart, Darren Lopez, could be involved in the murder. When they do surveillance of his home, they see a truck with a T decal. With Darren now their top suspect and having made a series of shocking discoveries on Jennifer's phone, police call her in for further questioning.
However it works for you.
Okay, you can sit in that seat over there, Jen.
That's fine? Okay.
Hey, matter of fact, if you, all your electronics, you want to put your, also the chair out here, you can put all your stuff in here.
Okay.
Yeah. People get about these electronic devices and all that stuff.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, the stuff in there.
My wallet and everything will be okay out here.
And you said, that was the question and everything that you had.
Yeah, is that okay?
Yeah, yeah. Matter of fact, okay.
Can I take notes too?
Yeah, you mean, you feel free.
Okay. Thank you.
Somewhere.
Perfect. Does that chirp not drive you crazy?
Huh?
That chirping doesn't drive you crazy.
You know,
You probably tuned it out by now.
yeah, you know, we're always on the move, so we never really just pay attention to it. Because we're always going on at 100. I'm going to get some information from you.
Sure.
That way we can go from there, okay?
Okay.
You have your ID and everything on you?
It's out on the chair.
Okay, I'll tell you what, let's get it, and then we can just put it back. In fact, if you want to leave, leave your water out, and then we just hold on to your ID out here.
Okay.
Let me see. Okay. This updated last one that the last one I had, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah, it's the same one.
It's over here, hot
I know.
Okay, you said, but where's your phone at?
It's out there. Can I just grab it or?
I'd say we'll get it after this, okay?
Okay.
All right. Yeah, gentlemen, just like last time, everybody that I interviewed, I definitely want to make sure I get a photo of you so that way my photo will go with your paperwork, okay?
Sure.
All right.
Do you want my mask down?
Please do. Okay, so like I said, Jeff, I appreciate you coming down here, talking to me. As you know, I'm trying to get down to the bottom of this investigation. Okay. Today my goal is I want to go through everything. All right. So we'll probably be here for a while.
Okay.
Okay. Start to finish, even leading up to. Okay.
Okay.
In that way, I want to make sure that I have a full understanding of everything because we've talked several times. I mean, we've done interviews together, TV interviews. We've met. You know, we've been a lot of communication have gone on between us. But my goal today is to go through everything, so that way, some of the things that I've discovered, we want to make sure that we bring them to light. Okay. So if you could take me through the beginning of everything, from start to finish, even matter of fact, the night before, what happened?
Oh my God, I Nothing that I can recall.
Mhm.
I mean, I don't even know. I wouldn't even begin to know. Everything has been normal for us.
Right. So the night before was it was a normal day of you guys hanging out at the house, preparing. So
As far as I know, so it happened on a Friday, so that would have been a Thursday. I mean, he would have worked that day, and
So do you guys normally talk about the previous day? Like say, hey, tonight, hey, let's get up at whatever time in the morning and let's walk the dog.
Yeah.
Walk maybe. So you guys normally communicate. So the communication that night prior to what was it?
so normally the way that works is that he would look at his calendar to see what time his first phone call was or first conference call was for that morning, and it varied. Sometimes he didn't have a call until 10. Sometimes he had one at 9, and so if he had one at 10, we would usually get up around 8, walk the dog around 8:30. If he had one at 9, we'd get up around 7, walk the dog at 7:30, and we'd set alarms accordingly.
Okay. So that morning, you guys woke up what time?
I want to say probably around 7. We left the house around 7:30.
Okay. So you guys woke up about 7, and y'all left the house by 7:30.
Yeah.
Just like we tell them, I guess everything happened around about 7:30 for 7:35.
Right.
So walking out the house that morning, right before you exited, did James say anything before it's like, hey, I had a dispute or argument with this person or that person or anything like that?
Nothing.
All right. So to your knowledge, he had nothing. Been involved with nobody. I mean, based on my investigation, I mean, James was loved by everybody. I mean, people thought that he was a pretty
amazing person.
Yeah, you're talking right. I mean, everybody pretty much said great things about him. I mean, I've interviewed people you wouldn't believe. I mean, everybody that I spoke with regarding James, I mean, they were pretty much talking about his character like you wouldn't believe.
Yeah.
I mean,
That's how he was.
I went to his job. I mean, the guy pretty much walked me back to one of the areas, and if you've been up there, it's very nice up there. And they had nothing but great things to say. Friends, everybody. So why would somebody want to do something like this to
I
James?
don't know, God. If I knew that, I would tell you.
Right. So,
it drives me crazy.
So that day,
Okay.
that day, you walk out the house, okay? You and James and Maggie, all right? You walk out before him.
Right.
Right. You walk out before him and take me through the steps, walking, because, and I'm gonna tell you, Jennifer, we're gonna get real deep today, okay?
Okay.
So I want to make sure that, I don't want you to take offense to something I say because, hey, that's where we gotta go.
No,
Okay?
I understand.
So you and James, y'all walk out the house. You and James, y'all walk out the house, all right? All right. Did you say anything to him? What were your last words to him?
The only thing I can remember, and I know I shared this with you before, is we goofed around in the morning. We had that kind of fun relationship. So I just remember messing around with him in the bathroom. He was trying to brush his teeth, and I was smacking his butt, and just playful. And I just remember him saying, "Oh, so that's how it's going to be today." And I'm like, "Yep." And it was just playful.
When was the last time you guys were intimate?
Oh gosh. I think in September, when we were in Las Vegas, so maybe 2 weeks prior, we were in Las Vegas. We stayed in a hotel room. We were back there for his dad, because his dad was going through his first chemotherapy.
Okay, so that was the last time you guys were intimate. So was it, like I told you, I want to get detail. So was it oral? Was it?
No, full
Okay.
sex, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So I want to go back to that, and I know we listened to this, but I want to be on the same page that day.
Okay.
So you guys walk out the house.
Mm-hmm.
All right. That was that day. As soon as you walk out the house. All right. During these moments.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead. No. So during these moments, you guys walk out the house. You say you smacking around playing around a little bit?
That was like probably a good 5 or 10 minutes before we walked out of the house. Other than that, it was just, us getting dressed, getting ready, getting the dog put together, getting her leash on.
Right. So during that time when you walked out the house, this terrible thing happened. The guy, what did he look like?
Oh my God, I keep trying to remember everything. Okay. I just remember all I can really remember are his eyes, the black eyes, like just black, like not like in color, but like the pupils were really dilated. I remember a bright blue mask, like electric blue color mask.
Okay. And this guy?
Aside from that, I feel like he was like just covered head to toe. I couldn't make out even skin color.
Did you? And I know based on
Sorry.
Did you see him? Where did you see him go afterwards?
Okay, so.
'Cause I know when you first go ahead.
Yeah. So this is one of the questions that I had for you too, is that I don't remember. Okay, I'll tell you. I'll answer your question first. So I was up on the driveway of the neighbor's house. I thought I was on my own driveway for some reason, but I was on the neighbor's house. And I was taped together. I remember hearing screeching, and it made me look up, and that's when I saw the truck, and that's where he got into, was the truck.
So you did see the truck, 'cause I know at first you told me you didn't see the truck.
I didn't see it immediately. All of a sudden it was just there. It wasn't something that I noticed when we walked out or anything. And it didn't register with me when he was shooting Jamie. It didn't register with me that there was anything parked there. And so that's why I had almost felt like somebody had pulled up to pick him up.
So just to back up a little bit, when you saw him holding gun to Jamie, Jamie was like this?
Yes, walking backwards like this.
Or like this? So
No.
He's like this. Jamie, do you remember him saying anything to him?
No. So it was just quiet.
Okay.
He didn't say anything. He just shot.
All right. Did he stand over him and shoot like this?
No. It was... No.
So Jamie was like this and he just shot.
Yeah, and they were probably...
So say for me, so a distance.
6 feet apart.
So was it not this far apart?
A little bit further, actually.
So about right here.
Yeah.
So, okay.
Yeah, so what was happening was Jamie was walking backwards, and he kept going forward.
So I'm Jamie.
Yeah.
I'm walking. So
back further.
Okay.
Right there. And
So
he was just this way.
It's shooting.
Walking, not running, walking toward him.
Okay.
And I was just my eyes were on Jamie. I was just watching the fire shot, like the gunfire. Yeah.
After he shot Jamie, what happened?
He turned around and looked at me, and just that look, and I knew for sure he was coming after me. And so I said no, and I turned around, and I had Maggie, and I turned around and I tried to run up the driveway because in my head I was thinking if I can get through my back gate. And he tackled me and just started punching. I saw a flash of the gun, and it flashed through my head that...
What color was the gun?
Silver.
Okay.
And it flashed through my head that he was going to hit me with a gun. Okay. I thought he was going to hit me with a gun. And he just didn't. He kept pulling at my fingers, and I kept rolling over, and then he was hitting the side of my face, and he'd roll me back, pull my shoulder, roll me back over, hitting, trying to take my rings. And then all of a sudden, like duct tape, and he taped my wrists together, and then I don't know what happened, but he just stopped, and he went to the truck.
So, and I know you said it's based on the way that he hit you, right?
Yeah. It was.
Right. So, if he was hitting you with the palm of his hand,
I would have had more bruising.
Right. You don't think he was so? Do you think he was really trying to hurt you?
It felt like he was, but it doesn't seem that way based on the manner in which he was hitting me.
And Jennifer, I want to go in because this is this case is one of those cases where it's like, man, we talking about a guy who had no enemies, right?
Well aware.
Right. That we know. I mean, we've spoken to a lot of people, and people are pretty much consistent on this. You and your relationship. I know we spoke about your relationship before. All right. You described your relationship as you guys being the best of friends.
Oh yeah.
All right. You guys were, as far as like your relationship.
Still very much in love.
Yeah,
So yeah.
So as far as like with Jamie, first day you met him. When did you meet him? What year?
I actually met him October 8th, 2005. So it was the day before this happened. It had been 15 years. Yeah. And we met on a blind date.
So met on a blind date?
Yeah.
Oh, really? Who set you up?
Our best friends. So, well, some of our best friends. So Jeremy Gebler, who I think you've spoken with, and his wife. So I worked with his wife, and Jeremy worked with Jamie. Okay,
and so they kind of set you guys up?
Yeah. So
what did Jamie do before you guys met?
In terms of what? In terms of
work?
Oh, he was, well, when we met, he was the director of IT or something along those lines for a small company called Salonis.
Okay. And Amber was how old at the time?
She was 8. Is that right? 2005. She was 8.
Okay, she was 8. As far as you, what did you do?
I was a speech pathologist.
Okay, how long did you do that?
Oh my gosh, years. I just quit 2 years ago.
Okay. So about 13 years?
No. I graduated in 97, so like over 20.
Okay, so you talking from back
oh,
then.
Yeah,
so, I'm thinking about when you guys first met. So how long were you guys together before you actually got married?
We were, before we got married, oh my gosh, we lived together for 7 years. No, is that right? Yeah, 7 years.
So you guys have actually been together, I mean, you talking about you got married in 2005?
We got married in 2012.
2012?
We met in 2005. We moved in together in 2006.
Okay, so... And
we got married in 2012.
Okay, so total together...
15 years.
15 years.
Yeah.
And he pretty much took on your daughter as his own.
Absolutely.
Right. Never any signs of unfaithfulness in your relationship.
No.
So I know we spoke on the time where you said you suspected that he was unfaithful in your relationship, but then you realized that it was the time to be nothing.
Yeah, and I didn't even have like suspicions in terms of that there was somebody or in his behavior. It was more that our sex life was starting to wane off, and so, and you know, I mean, typical woman, I'm like, is it because I've gained weight? Because I had gained a lot of weight since we first met, and he's saying no, and so I just couldn't figure out. I couldn't figure out, like, as a man, how he could go for such stretches of time without having sex, you know, and so I thought, well, maybe there's somebody else, and.
And what was this?
Oh gosh, on and off, really, for a couple of years. It really started after, I guess in 2009, after we bought our house.
Okay.
Because we had a condo that we had owned, well, Jamie had owned it, and then we kept that, rented it out, and bought a house together in Phoenix.
Okay, and then from Phoenix, then that's when you guys moved here?
Yeah, so we lived in that house until 2017, and then moved here in 2017.
Okay, and your relationship has it always, you know, other than that, I mean, you say, other than, you know, he's always been faithful.
Mm-hmm.
What about yourself?
I've always been faithful.
So, and that's what I'm saying, we want to make sure, Jennifer.
Yeah.
Okay, so there's nothing, I mean, if there were anything, I mean, that's where we could, you know, hey, I need to know, you know what I mean?
I know.
Because these things you think about, you're just walking outside your house.
Right.
Somebody comes and, you know, kills your husband.
Right.
You know.
I've thought about that too, that maybe it was somebody associated with me.
Yeah, and as far as like, you know, you haven't had any kind of, you know, sexual relationships, any dating anybody over the phone, anything?
No.
Okay, and so...
I have male friends, but they're friends.
Okay.
male coworkers that I'm close to, but they're, it's nothing.
But
and,
nobody.
and Jamie knows all of them. I mean,
Right.
so.
But nobody that you are intimate with, where they say, hey, we're definitely gonna be intimate, or something you plan anything like that, right?
No.
All right. What about your relationship arguments? How was a normal argument, between you and Jamie?
We never were the type to like get angry and yell at each other or anything. It was discussing that we're frustrated with each other and talking about things and talking it through sometimes exhaustively. And we would just talk until it was really sorted out.
Okay. And as far as like, he never put his hands on you?
Oh my gosh, no, not even.
You never put your hands on him?
No, never.
All right. Did you guys, when you guys argued, was it, did y'all insult each other?
No,
call each other names? Anything like that? As far as like teamwork being in a relationship, or did y'all work together as a team? How did you?
That was the best part of our relationship.
Right. Okay.
Super close. I mean, like, we even talked about starting businesses together. I mean, like, we were each other's whole support systems. And you can ask any of his coworkers. They all know that he would bounce things off of me about things he had going on at work. I was the same thing when I was working. I was in a leadership role, and I would bounce things off of him. We really fed off of each other's what we were learning, just because we were really growing in leadership positions. And so what we were learning.
So both of you guys were pretty high ranking in your positions. Okay.
Yeah. Before I had to quit because of health reasons. But before I had to quit, I was a regional director, and I was traveling all over the United States for my job. So.
Okay. So as far as like with the issues with work or anything like that, there were no issues. Like, did he have a problem with your job? Did you have a problem with his job?
No, not at all.
Okay.
No,
and
very supportive of each other in that.
What about when it came down to Amber? Was it anything where you ever felt like, hey, this guy's not being fair to my daughter,
No.
Even though she's not blood to him?
No.
Was it anything like that?
Not at all. They were super close. He used to call her his partner in crime because they're just, super close. And I loved that she had that. Her biological father sucked. Like I said, her and I had a rough go before Jamie. So.
What was that like?
Her biological father was pretty largely absent, and when he was around, he was not nice to her. He wasn't physically abusive to her, but just would tease her endlessly. It was like emotional abuse with her.
Was he physically abusive to you?
He was not physically abusive to me. There were a couple of instances where he threw things at me, and I ended up calling the police, but he never hit me or anything.
Okay, but he was gone prior to.
He was long gone.
Okay.
Long gone.
All right. So when Jamie,
he was still in the picture when I met Jamie. He had visitation.
Him and Jamie ever had words?
No, never.
Okay.
Never. They were very respectful to each other.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So we got Jamie, loving father.
Yep.
Okay. Loving husband.
Yep.
You guys, for like the intimacy that you guys had.
We had it. It just wasn't that often.
Right. Great teamwork between the relationships.
Very.
Great father. People that work and love him.
Yeah.
Right? He was a gamer too.
He was.
Thursdays, you say, were his main days to game?
Wednesdays, and then sometimes Thursdays. He would do sometimes Mondays and Wednesdays, sometimes Wednesdays and Thursdays.
Okay. And the people that he would game with, does he have any local friends?
Nobody was local that I'm aware of. I know there was one guy that lived in Reno that he would talk to quite a bit. The guild leader, or whatever they're called. Right. I think he lives in North Dakota, I want to say.
Right.
So.
And as far as like, I know we got the gamer, gaming and everything.
Yep.
But when it came down to the people that we kind of felt like, okay, throughout this investigation, when it first came about, we're talking about 18 to 20 employees.
Right. That got laid off.
That got laid off.
Yeah.
We're talking about the names of individuals that you actually sent me.
Yes. I have those on my list here. And again, I feel like it's, Amber's biological father, I definitely would have known if it had been him, even though he fits the description. I would have known if it was him. I mean, I was married to the guy. I would have known if it was him that had attacked me.
Okay. As far as I'm glad you brought that up. The person that you saw that attacked you,
Yeah.
Did it seem to be anybody that you knew?
Not a soul.
Not a soul.
Not a soul. I've thought about that too. It's like, was there anything familiar? There just wasn't.
Okay.
Honestly, detective, it feels like, it seemed like he was just drugged on something, high on something.
Okay. So, Michael X, that's your daughter's, that's your Amber's dad.
Yes.
As far as like him, doing my checking, really hadn't found anything on him. 18 to 20 employees, we're still working out, but as of now, nothing.
Okay. Yeah, this is Arizona.
But none of those guys live in Dallas.
No. There isn't anybody in Dallas I can think of, other than if it's somebody. The only other one was Mike Branch, who I talked to you about. He definitely wasn't him, but he had a temper. I know that just based on what Jamie told me. And Jamie had written him up for, or he was reprimanded or something, for showing up to work drunk.
Okay.
And Jamie had often said that he had a drinking problem.
Okay.
I had met him a time or two. Nice enough guy, I guess. And then he was in the first wave of layoffs.
Okay. And Erica DeLeon?
Eric who?
Erica DeLeon?
Erica DeLeon, yeah, I have her too. Okay, so Erica DeLeon. Okay. So she lived in like a makeshift carport down at the corner of Waverly and Clarendon with her 2 sons and her daughter. The boys were Andres and Romero. Those boys one day were out in the middle of winter. Amber was home for Christmas break before she was going back to college. She went to college in D.C. And those boys were out, no jacket, no shoes, no nothing. And we had like a little get together with the neighbors and stuff and breakfast to say goodbye to Amber before she left back to school. And so my neighbor, Mona, knew who the boys were. And she was kind of telling me about how bad their home life was and how they've been in and out of foster care. And so I said, if you trust them, if you know who these kids are, bring them in, we'll feed them, And so we did. Next thing you know, these kids are showing up at my door all the time. So I don't want them in the street. So Jamie and I both, we were really, really taking care of these kids. I would play games with them, but these kids, they weren't going to school. Mom had pulled them out of school because school kept calling Child Protective Services. So I was teaching them their colors and their numbers. I was teaching them how to read better. There was a lot of things that we were doing for these kids, and they were over constantly, and I always fed them because they were starving, these kids. I made so many reports to Child Protective Services, so many.
And that was the actual neighborhood that you guys lived in?
Right now. And so his mom, so finally, between myself and our neighborhood watch person, Diane, we called in the fact that the structure was not, it was an unfit structure. So they removed them, they kicked them out, and so then they ended up home. We were thinking that the kids would be removed, because, there were so many things, like Andres had been beaten up by the mom at one point and had showed up with a black guy. I reported that. The daughter was seen smoking pot with mom. Mom was like passing her a joint. I reported that. There were so many things. And so eventually what happened was they ended up living in their car. And the mom actually tried abandoning both boys at my house. Dropped them off, left them there. I called the police, said they're there. And the boys left before the cops got there. And then the next thing I heard was that the mom had tried committing suicide, and so they removed the boys from her custody and put them in foster care. But here's the thing. So I even had put, right before they ended up living in their car, Jamie and I put Erica and the boys up at a residence inn for 2 weeks, I want to say, and said, Erica, get your life together, start working on housing, we'll do this, don't waste this opportunity. She promised she would, the whole thing, and then she just didn't get her act together. They ended up, she's got a lot of drug issues. She's got a lot of gang affiliations. And so she was, the last contact that she had with me, she was insanely angry, just very angry.
When was that?
Oh man. It was pre-COVID, so maybe February.
Okay. So the employees of the AA that was terminated, the gamer, Mike Lyons, Dan, Jeff D, Erica. Have you ever heard of a name? Is it Darren?
Darren Lopez. Yeah.
Yes. Who is Darren?
He's one of my best friends. We dated in high school, and he doesn't know Jamie. I haven't seen him, and I mean, we talk on the phone every day at this point, but we dated in high school, and then we dated like 3 years into college.
Okay, so how long? So when did you meet Darren?
1986. I was a sophomore in high school.
Okay. So you guys met in high school, and tell me a little bit about Darren, because I think that's the only one that I pretty much didn't have, but I kind of stumbled up on his name.
Okay. Let's see. I lost contact with him in '93. We broke up. We lived in Flagstaff.
So 86 through 1993.
Yeah.
Y'all lived together?
Oh no.
Okay. You lived in Flagstaff?
Yeah. I was in a dorm, but he was there 9 through 12.
Okay. And Darren his name Darren Lopez. You said, is it Darrin?
Yes.
Lopez. Okay. And he went to 9 through 12, right?
Yeah.
And that's South Point Catholic School.
Yes.
High school.
Yes.
Okay. And as far as you guys' dating relationship, how did you all meet?
We met through jazz band. We were both in jazz band together in high school, and he had a girlfriend at the time. I had a boyfriend at the time, and then he and his girlfriend broke up. Me and my boyfriend broke up, and then we ended up we were music ambassadors for a class trip to Europe, and we ended up starting dating after that.
So y'all started dating?
That was in 1989.
89. Okay. And 1989, what grade were you in?
That would have been my junior year.
Junior. So y'all started dating in your junior high school?
Well, it was the summer between junior and what would have been my senior year. So while I was physically at that high school, we never dated. We were just friends. We were in kind of the same group of friends because we were all kind of the band kids.
Okay. So high school go on. What happened?
So I spent a year at P-Med Community College, what would have been my senior year. It's a community college in Tucson. And then I went to Northern Arizona University for college, and so did he. He ended up...
You said Northern?
Yeah, Northern Arizona University. And then he ended up dropping out after his freshman year, and he joined the military.
Okay.
We saw each other a few times before he left for active duty. I know the last time I saw him was August of '93.
August of '93?
Yeah. And then, since that time, he and I reconnected this last year. He contacted me and said that, just, how you find people on social media. And
Mr. James was still alive?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Before COVID, so I want to say maybe January, February. And so we reconnected, and then he had gotten married to a lady that had 2 kids, and he said he did that like pretty soon after he left Flagstaff. So, and they were still married. I think he's going through a messy divorce right now. So that's why we've been talking a lot.
Okay. When did you guys start actually just communicating a lot?
Pretty much right away.
So after Jamie had passed away, got killed?
Oh, but even before that.
So
yeah. And Jamie knew about him and everything. We had talked about all getting together and stuff, and so they could meet.
And then question, so he never met Jamie?
No.
All right, but you had the communication with him?
Yes.
Right. All right.
But I haven't physically seen him either.
Right. So as far as like the conversations that you guys had, what type of conversation? Because you think and I want to make sure, Jennifer, and this is where I want to make sure that me and you are on the same page.
Are you suspecting him of something?
Well, we'll get there. We'll get there. And I want to make sure that we're on the same page, Jennifer. And I'm gonna tell you, because love will make you do some crazy things. You hear me?
Yeah.
Love will make you do some crazy things. And as far as like with Darren, I mean, you and him, y'all dated. Were there ever any talks about taking the relationship serious?
When we first started?
Yeah, when y'all dated.
Yeah.
So when you say, what kind of serious, how serious?
Oh, we like at one point were talking about getting married.
Really?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Like when?
Oh, when we were at Northern Arizona University, I mean, that was kind of the plan. So but then I met Amber's biological dad.
Right.
And I broke it off with him.
All right. So as far as
and then he jumped into a marriage.
Right. So.
But I didn't know that at the time.
So he left the military. How long did he do?
He just got out, maybe 2 or 3 years ago, I want to say.
And so what has he been doing since then?
I think he's on disability. I don't think he's been doing anything.
All right. So he got out, and you say he found you.
Yes.
Right. So what?
Well, he had been out when he found me.
Right. Okay. So how long was he out before he found you?
Oh gosh, I don't remember what he said. I want to say that he said he got out in 2016.
Okay. So when he first reached out to you, what was the conversation like?
Just wanted to reconnect. Find his old friend. He reached out to me on Twitter. And I said, at first I wanted to make sure it was him. And I'm like, how do I know this is really you? And he goes, well, how about if I call you Angel and say as you wish? And it was like this, because he always called me Angel when we were dating. We lived the Princess Bride. So it was a line for that maybe. So I said, yeah. So I sent him my email. And I said, email me and let me know how you're doing. And that was that. We just started chatting, catching up. He was telling me all about his girls. He has full custody of his girls right now. Their mom is a disaster and has kicked them all out of the house. And so I've had conversations with his kids because they really have no other female figure really. So they're all teenage girls.
So if you can the relationship, Jamie knew about Darren. He knew that he was your ex.
Yes.
Okay. Now how
Jamie was not a jealous person at all in any way, shape, or form. I have another coworker named Rob who I call my work husband. Very close relationship. We tell each other we love each other. It's like not, and Jamie's fine with it. Jamie actually, we all went on a cruise together.
Okay, you and Rob.
Yeah.
Before like Darren, getting back to Darren. All right. So as far as like with Darren, the relationship, the communication. Right? So after the fact, during this time he reached out to you. How often would you say you spoke with him?
Right after?
During like before Jamie's death, after like before Jamie's death, how often would you say you spoke with him?
Probably every day. I mean, we're at least texting. Nothing's really changed with that regard. So texting a few times a day. I was texting with his daughters quite a bit. And then we would talk like probably before Jamie died, we would talk on the phone maybe 2 or 3 times a week. Now we're speaking every night because now the things have kind of changed with him too, and that he's got his kids full time. He's struggling with that. The girls are struggling with that. So I always call him every night just to check in and see how the girls' days go. They're having trouble with school right now. So
Even with you guys, before Jamie died, as far as like the relationship that you and Darren had, right? How was that? How was it? Was it strictly on a friendship level, or was there any kind of talk, intimate talk, or anything like that?
it wasn't intimate talk. I mean, definitely Darren and I had said, "Oh gosh, these are rekindling old feelings," and Jamie and I had a conversation about that too. And Jamie was, kind of like, "This is really different for us. This is new," and so, and that's just not me. That's not my MO. It's not anything I wouldn't want to hurt Jamie in any way, shape, or form. And those are feelings from the past. So that's, yeah.
So as far as like your relationship with him now, has anything changed?
No, he's being very, very respectful. I think he probably does have, some feelings, but he's being very respectful and letting me have my time.
Okay, and with you?
And he's going through his own stuff too with his divorce.
And what about with you?
With me in terms of what?
How do you feel about him?
I don't know. I'm just it's too much for me to even think about right now.
Yeah, and I'm going to tell you, Jennifer, one thing about, one thing about this investigation, that's why one thing I want me and you to be honest with each other, because, this has been a long, drawn-out investigation, okay? The only way that I know that we're going to always maintain being on the same page is if we're completely honest with each other.
Yeah.
Right? I don't have nothing to hide. I've always treated you kindly, right?
Yeah. I feel like the communication wasn't always there, but I understand that you can't always communicate with you.
But at the same time, we communicated quite a bit. I mean, we did tentative TV interviews together. We spoke. We emailed. We text messaged. We did a lot of things, right? Going back to your husband, and we're talking about Jamie. Everybody loves Jamie.
Yeah.
I mean, so you think to ask yourself a question: why would somebody want to kill him?
Right.
Right. Jennifer, if I were to tell you, as far as like, I know that there's more to you and Darren's relationship, what would you say about that?
I don't know what more you're talking about.
Jennifer, as far as like you and Darren have been having, I mean, and I'll get to that in just a second. So as far as your relationship with Darren, and that's what they call it, investigation. And we got to be on the same page, Jennifer.
Yeah.
And I need to make sure that you're honest with me, because I feel that you're telling me some things, but at the same time, I feel like that there are a lot of things that you're leaving out. And me personally, in my heart, I believe that you knew what happened that day. I really do. Jennifer, you said that there was no connection. I asked you earlier if you were having an affair or were cheating on Darren.
On Darren, no.
Not Darren, I'm sorry, but on Jamie, right? Okay. So he said, so I have no idea, and you said this to your friend Tina. You said, I have no idea when I'm going to be able to talk to you over the phone, but I'm pretty much having a full-blown emotional affair. All right? These are text messages before, and I understand you said you were having, Jamie, he knew about it, but he was sad about it, right? Okay. You confirmed that you said this guy dated in high school and college, right? We broke up because we finished school, and after he got out of base training, he was deployed to South Korea. You said that?
Correct.
All right. But the thing that's striking to me is that you said in one of your text messages that he's already, A, planning on me being there, and B, you coming to visit. That's what you told her.
This was so at the very beginning of things, though.
Hold on. Because, and then another thing that's very striking, you told Tina that he has a 5-year plan on how y'all are going to be together. So, go ahead.
Yes, at the beginning, and that's what I told you, the emotions were very strong. And that's what he had said initially, is that once Hope, his youngest daughter, had graduated high school, maybe we could figure something out that made sense for all of us, that kind of thing. But I put a stop to it because of my relationship with my husband, who I was very much in love with.
Right. You put a stop to it back in August, but then it picked back up. August the 6th. Tina said to Jim, she said, you still talking to that guy? You responded, I put the brakes on him.
Yeah.
And said Jane was so hurt and internalizing everything, I just couldn't do it to him. But you told me that early on that you still continue to talk to him. You said even so, just as we're talking now. Yes.
As friends.
Right. But Jennifer, if I were to tell you, I have other text messages that say something different between you all, because you got to understand.
I'm concerned that I'm concerned that Darren has anything to do with this. Is there anything that's leading you there?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
So
the other thing I'm concerned about is the fact that you're saying I knew everything that took place that day.
So let's keep on. Okay. Like I told you, Jennifer, I want to go deep in this investigation. We don't want to go deep in this interview. Okay. All right. So the text messages alone. Do you know? You say you're just friends. On October 5th, you guys had over 667 times that you guys called each other and text each other. That's a lot.
667 in one day?
Yes, that's what it says. That's what it shows, based on your records. Because you remember, we have a lot of things. October 6th, 419 times. October 7th, 640 times. All right. On October the 8th, all right, there was 133 times. But then there was a break. So you think about it. The day before.
That's because Jamie was killed at 7:30 in the morning on October 9th.
Right. But think about it. October the 8th. All right. October the 8th, there was a 133 times, but there was a 28 to 29 hour break. Well, it broke the pattern. It was not consistent with what you guys have been doing.
Oh, let me think.
So you guys pick back up. All right. So between October 9th and November 25th, you guys had communicated over 24,000 times, and 13,644 times were text messages. That's a lot of times for somebody who's just been friends. And then let me tell you.
Well, and I said that he's one of my best friends, and I'm helping him with his kids and stuff right now too.
Jennifer, you can call it what you want. You're a married woman. You hear me? Ain't no way in the world that I'm gonna talk to some other woman that many times throughout the day. Not only that, Darren has a Nissan Titan pickup truck. Okay, we've been all the time. This whole time we've been thinking that it was a Texas Ranger sticker.
Yeah, what
right?
is it?
But you know, just like I know, where is Darren from?
Tennessee.
Right.
It's a Tennessee sticker?
This whole time.
Is it the same color?
Same black, same everything. Just like the witnesses took the photos of it, same everything. So you got to think on how I'm feeling. I'm feeling right now.
I didn't know that. It was
think about this, Jennifer. You got to think on how I'm feeling right now. I'm feeling like you tried to play me.
I'm not.
Yes, I did. Yes, and that's the way I feel. I feel like you tried to play me, that you tried to play me, and this whole time you knew. Because I have proof right now that Darren was actually out there at your residence during that day.
How?
Even your Ring camera, when I asked you, what did you say? We saw that guy on your camera at 2:38 that morning.
Yeah.
Who did you tell me that was?
The guy across, I told you later after the guy across the street said that it was somebody who lived behind us.
No, that was Darren. And I believe that you knew that.
I don't know that. It doesn't even look familiar.
Jennifer, let me tell you something. All right. I believe that was Darren. You knew that was Darren. And at the same time, Darren has a black pickup, Nissan pickup, Titan truck. All right. Everything fitted the same description. Okay. Even the side of your camera's caught this. Okay.
Yeah.
I know that Darren was there.
I didn't. I don't know what to tell you.
I'm going to tell you even better.
How do you know for a fact it was him?
I have proof to know that he was there.
Okay.
Same thing that he was wearing that day. That gap that you guys had at 28 hours. You got to think about it. The consistency stopped.
Well, I'm trying to think why you would be a gap.
Look at it. We're talking about it. We sat and we told the world. We told everybody.
I know.
We sat in front of his parents. We told them.
Because I wanted to
find
the
person. But the same guy that killed your husband, Jennifer, is the same guy that you're communicating with every day. You had over 24,000 text messages and calls. 24,000.
I don't work. He's retired. We talk throughout the day.
Jennifer, besides the point, this guy killed your husband.
How do you know that?
Because I have proof. And guess what? Darren right now is currently in jail, locked up for murder right now.
Oh my God.
So my main thing is right now, what is he gonna tell me? Okay? Why would he kill this guy?
I don't know. It doesn't even make sense. We haven't even seen each other.
I have proof there's a possibility that he came down there that you guys did see each other.
We've never seen each other.
At the memorial. It's a possibility to have the information that he came to the memorial.
Oh my God, no, you're so wrong.
Okay.
You're so wrong.
But I'm going to tell you like this, Jennifer. I know that Darren committed this offense. I know that Darren killed your husband. He told you we have a 5-year plan. He said we have a 5-year plan on you guys being together. And then the thing about
that was at the very beginning. When he was expressing that he still had loved me, all of that stuff, and we were like caught up in old emotions, but I put the brakes on it.
But you didn't put the brakes on it because you're still talking to this guy. How could you talk to somebody that you know that killed your husband?
I didn't know he killed my husband. I still don't know that he killed my husband. I wouldn't do that.
Jennifer,
why would I do that?
And that's the question I have for you.
Because
think about it. If
Jamie
you're
and I were so in love. Ask anybody about our relationship.
Trust me, I did. If you know, my main thing is, this guy, he works every day, right? He worked every day. He provided. He took your daughter in.
Yeah.
As his own. Gave her his last name.
Yeah.
I'm looking at all these other people. I'm looking at American Airlines.
Yeah.
People that possibly terminated. Mike, Jeff. I'm looking at all these people. All these people.
Because I can't think of anybody else.
I'm thinking of all these people. What do anybody have against Jamie? Why do anybody want to kill him? My biggest thing is, if you were so in love with Darren, just dump the guy.
I wasn't.
Just tell him, hey, it's over.
I was in love with my husband.
But you tell Tina you're having an emotional affair and that you guys are planning on being
together. When was that text? Had to have been like February or March. Right after he contacted me.
Jennifer.
I'm telling you the truth.
April.
Exactly. April.
But still, you still talking to this guy. You know how this guy feels.
Yes, no, but there was a
Even
conversation.
recently-
There was
recently-
a conversation that happened between Darren and I where I
Even
said,
recently, he told you that he was jealous of Jamie
when?
in a text message. You got to understand, this is an investigation. That's why we can't investigation. Jeff, a lot of the things
He
that
has never said that he was jealous of
he
Jamie.
said he said in a text message that he was jealous of Jamie and always figured you to be his woman.
He's never said. Show me, because he's never said that.
Okay. Give me 1 second, Jennifer. Give me 1 second. I'll be right back. I can't make this up, Jennifer. I can't make it up. I can't.
I just don't understand.
I won't make it up. I won't make it up.
Do I need a lawyer at this point?
It's your call. Whatever you decide.
I'm leaving.
Hold on 1 second.
No, I'm leaving.
Give me 1 second. I'll walk you down. Hold on.
So are you saying he drove from Tennessee and killed Jamie and went back? Because I talked to him the day that Jamie was killed.
I know. Give me 1 second.
Why would he do that? He's got girls.
Give me 1 second.
And if you're so convinced, why even bother listening to me about all these other people who I thought might have something to do with it? Do you know how much I've been racking my brain? If you knew this all along?
This is the way it's taken.
Yes.
Let's see.
Where is that? Oh my God. Where is this? Yeah, the color is
So let me do this, okay? Because
Okay,
I know
but-
you mentioned something earlier, and I want to make sure that we're on the same page.
Can
okay?
you tell me
Hold
where
on.
those photos were taken?
Hold on 1 second, because you said, do I need a lawyer? And I said, hey, it's your source, but you said you're gone. I want to make sure I reach your rights so you understand your rights, okay? All right. You have the right to remain silent, not make any statement at all. And any statement you make may be used as evidence against you at your trial. Any statement you make may be used as evidence against you in court. You have the right to have a lawyer present to advise you prior to and during any questioning. If you are unable to employ a lawyer, you have the right to have a lawyer appointed to advise you prior to and during any questioning. And you have the right to terminate this interview at any time. Do you understand the rights that I read to you?
Yes,
Are you willing to continue to talk to me?
to a point.
You said, well, it's either yes or no. Are you?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Let me get your signature right there. Today's date.
On the 11th.
Six 6:28 p.m. All right. So, Jennifer, you got to understand, Jennifer. I told you in the beginning that we want to get down to the bottom of it, in which we did. All right. Help me understand this. Give me.
Help me understand.
Matter of fact, give me 1 second. Give me 1 second. I'll be back.
God.
How you doing, man? I'm Special Agent Williams with ATF.
Okay.
So just so you know, this investigation has a federal level, okay?
Okay.
I'm going to go over a form with you briefly, okay?
Okay.
I said take that.
So like I said, obviously there's a firearm used in this crime. So
Right.
you know, ATF is a gun police. But with that comes the fact that I'm a federal agent, okay? So if you lie or mislead me, right, that means you send us down a course that makes us go chase gooses or something like that. That's a federal offense,
Right.
okay? I'm going to go over a form with you so that you know exactly what I'm talking about. And just like you signed your Miranda, we're going to have you sign, okay? So I have a copy, and you have a copy, okay?
Okay.
So you read along with me. I'm just going to read it out loud, okay? In any matter within the jurisdiction of the executive, legislative, or judicial branch of the government of the United States, knowingly and willfully, 1, falsifies, conceals, or covers up by any trick, scheme, or device a material fact, makes any materially false, fictitious, or fraudulent statement or representation, or makes or uses any false written or document knowing the same to contain any material false, fictitious, or fraudulent statement or entry shall be fined under this title or in prison no more than 5 years. You understand?
Yes.
So this statute obviously is 18 United States 1001. Okay. So
Okay.
sign there and print beside it, and then today's date is the January the 11th, and the time is approximately 6:18 p.m. Okay. So, I've been listening to some of the things that have been going on today, okay? I'm just back on this and we have a dialogue, okay? So, let's talk about a little bit of your communication with Darren. Okay? Like he said, he's been arrested today. Okay? So tell me about your communication. Now you say you text him and you call him. Is that it?
That's it.
Have you ever written any letters, sent any emails or anything like that to him?
An occasional email.
That's it. And what do those emails talk about?
I don't even remember. I mean, I think when we first started communicating, we had emails going back and forth, just catching up.
So no faxes, no letters,
No,
nothing.
no.
And in those emails, are you just catching up, or are you talking about you guys' situation, relationship?
At the beginning, probably both.
Okay.
I honestly don't remember.
Now, obviously, things like this, clearly, we just discussed that we believe that Darren killed your husband, okay? So, have you ever sent Darren anything else? Like any gifts, any money?
Yeah, I mean, yes, so we exchanged Christmas presents, all of us did. Amber, his kids, me, Darren, the girls, everything.
What did you give to Darren?
I bought him a smart TV because he always watches everything on his tablet. We watch TV shows together, all of us do. Amber and his daughter, like, not together, but like at the same time, and we're texting during the shows.
So again, when we're talking about the nature of you guys' relationship, and you're downplaying it, right? I don't just give my random friend a TV, okay? That's a pretty big.
Okay, but you need to talk to my other friends.
Okay.
So
Tell me. I want to hear. Tell me.
That's the kind of people that Jamie and I have always been.
Okay. What size was the TV?
55-inch.
Did you just send it to his house, or did he go pick it up?
No, I FedExed it to him.
Have you ever seen Darren with any guns or anything like that?
I've never seen Darren. I haven't seen Darren since 1993.
Listen, so we're at the point.
I have not seen
I understand. But the reason I'm asking and refreshing these questions, right, is because now that I've told you that lying to a federal agent can get you 5 years in federal prison, I have to express that to you, okay? So that's why I'm just revisiting some of those topics, okay?
Okay.
So is there anything else you ever sent Money?
I helped pay for his daughter's new windshield on her vehicle.
How much was that?
$200.
And when was this?
And I paid it directly to Safely Auto.
When was it?
Right before she took her driver's license test. So September, maybe?
Okay, so
No, I'm sorry. It was after Jamie died. November. It had it in October or November.
Okay.
Maybe November.
Anything else?
That's it.
I just need you to be honest with me, because
I'm being
again,
honest
this carries a
with you.
significant. You seem like a person that hasn't been around this kind of world. And
No,
this
never.
this environment is not for the faint of heart. So I just
understand
want to
that.
impact that to you.
I'm being honest. There's nothing else.
Have you bought him anything else?
I just purchased airline tickets for him and the 3 girls to go out for his second to oldest daughter. It's his granddaughter's baptism
And where was that to?
from Nashville to Phoenix.
Okay. And how much was that total?
It was $1,600 for the 4 of them. He's having a lot of financial difficulties because of the divorce right now, and so I told him I would help him out. It's always under the agreement that he would pay me back. So
And you gotta understand where we're coming from. Okay? You think about this. We know, I know Darren killed your husband.
I just
I know.
can't even wrap my brain around that.
I know. To where I can even put him on the street during the same times. Same. You gotta understand. There was so much groundwork, so many resources utilized in this investigation. Where I can tell you from the day he left to the day he came back came to Dallas, where he stopped it, to even going back to his residence in Tennessee.
It just doesn't make sense.
And Jennifer, this is another thing too. You knew what kind of vehicle Darren had, because you even researched a different type of vehicle for him. Because you got to think about it.
I did because
Jennifer, you got to think about this. When you first gave me consent for your cell phone when we were in the hospital.
yeah.
Okay. The thing what I'm having a hard time to believe is that everything on Darren's phone, the text messages, the calls. Oh, I told you over 24,000 times.
Right.
It wasn't consistent with your phone. So that led me to believe that you deleted a lot of the text messages that were inside that phone.
So
the communication that you had.
But I've deleted a lot of people's text messages. I even deleted Jamie's text messages because my phone kept freezing.
But you got to think about it. If you guys are talking every day,
yeah,
texting every day, the only text messages that even were related to Darren was some from his daughter, and it was months prior.
Right.
Where I know you bought the game system for them, right?
Oh,
so
that was for their birthdays.
Right. But I'm saying that was months. That was months ago. But those are the only things. But you got to understand the way I'm looking at it. If you are telling me, and based on the proof and evidence that I have, saying that, hey, I'm communicating with this individual every day. We're talking about the guy who you said, and you told Tina, he has a 5-year plan on how we're gonna be together. You talking about this same guy, that you, hey, me being down there and you coming to visit, this same guy. We're talking about the same guy who, in a short period of time, in a little months, over 24,000 times, text messages and calls combined together, that you guys communicated. Jamie knew about it. He was sad about it. He was hurt about it. All right. You told Tina. You said, Tina, you had to put the brakes on it. Yeah, I admit that was that. All right. But I admit what you told Tina. Hey, you got to put the brakes on it. But guess what? It continued on.
No. But you're misunderstanding what I said about putting the brakes on it. Putting the brakes on the emotional side of things.
But guess what, Jennifer? I have text messages between you and Darren talking about the intimacy level, or how he's going to hold you, how y'all going to get physical. I have those things. These are recent.
But why would that constitute killing my husband?
Because, and that's what I'm here to say. Like I told you before, why not just tell him, hey, I don't want to be with you no more, Jamie?
I've been married twice before. Divorce is not out of the realm of my possibilities.
So, but why kill Jamie? Why?
Why kill him? Exactly. I don't understand that.
Was it Darren's the one going through the struggle? Darren right now, Darren has a debt. Darren's behind on his bill. Water not even on. I know a lot about
His
Darren.
water's not on?
I'm just telling you right now. There's a lot of things right now that Darren has going on with himself, but I know wasn't about the money. I know about the MetLife insurance policy. I know about the other insurance policy.
Yeah,
My main thing is you even have a GoFundMe, all right? That over $70,000. Okay?
Yeah, that's what
So
I'm living off of.
So my main thing is, why not just tell Jamie, hey, I don't want to be with you no more. But me, the way it's looking, because
The
you
life
have to
insurance
listen to
policy is
me.
a drop in the bucket compared to what Jamie made every year. That's like,
Okay,
if you're thinking that's a motive, you're barking up the wrong tree.
but I'm just saying. So what is the motive?
There isn't one. Not on my end.
Why kill the guy? Why? You know what I'm saying?
Oh my God.
When you just say, hey, easily dump him, because we know that Darren's in a financial bind right now. So that, I mean, this is your high school sweetheart. Jennifer, this is your high school sweetheart. This is the guy that you dated in high school. This is the guy you dated in college.
And I broke it off with him.
And this is the guy that you
Amber's
told
dad.
Tina that you guys were planning on getting married, but guess what? He ended up leaving off.
I'm out.
You see what I'm saying?
I need
We were talking. Okay.
Interview's done.
Okay. Hold on 1 second. We'll walk you out. Give me 1 second, okay?
Where's my
Hold
mother?
on. She's at her phone. All right, Miss Faith. All right. This is what we got going on, okay? And I mean, this interview was an interview, okay? But I got to, if you say you had nothing to do with it, I got to rule you out, okay? So I'm getting a search warrant for your cell phone, and also there's a search warrant already for your residence, okay? So I just want to let you know. Now, I know based on you asked for your attorney. As far as like your resident doors, I mean, we can get the key, go in and collect any physical evidence that we believe that possibly could be related to the case, or we can force entry to the door. I just want to let you know and give you that option.
Take the key.
Okay. Which one is in effect?
Am I going to be able to go home tonight?
Oh yeah, after we finish. Is this the key right here? Okay, this is the key right here. Okay.
Or do you want me to just take it off?
Yeah, matter of fact, your phone is up in there? Okay.
I just had a factory reset it 2 days ago. I don't know where you're going to find. I was trying to tell you my phone freezes. That's why
Okay, this is the same one that I had before?
Same one.
Okay. And as far as with your keys, because this is the key to your residence?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll walk you guys down. But this right here, hold on 1 second. Can you, like you said, your keys, I will make sure I'm properly right here. Make sure properly what you have.
do I have to give you my whole keychain?
No, I'm just taking this to make sure that this is the proper what you can have. All right. We got down had the same thing, another piece of that.
Yeah, he does.
Give me 1 second. Let me walk you down. Let me get your daughter, and we'll walk you guys down together, okay? Yes, ma'am.
When Darren Lopez's home is searched, police locate a gun with Jamie's blood on it. They charge Lopez for the murder. Detectives also search Lopez's phone, finding even more text messages with Jennifer Faith. These messages implicate her in the planning and cover-up of the murder. She is also charged for her role in Jamie's homicide. In the lead-up to the trial, Lopez agrees to an interview to lay out how the murder unfolded.
I guess I'm going to start, Darren. My name is Rick Calvert. I'm Assistant United States Attorney on the federal side. You know who I am? Have you ever heard of me?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I want to go ahead and introduce so you know who everybody is that's here. This is Assistant United States Attorney Andrew Briggs. He and I have been working on the Jamie Faith case for about a year or so. This is Assistant United States Attorney Courtney Coker, who works in our office. Assistant United States Attorney Felisa Guy, who works in our office. I think you've met Detective Barnes before. And then you've met Detective Chris Walton with the Dallas Police Department.
Possibly briefly.
Yeah, it was real. It was. I think the day you arrived in
first day.
Yeah, you arrived in Dallas.
Yes,
he
sir.
came
Is that
down
who I met? Okay.
and talked to you. And I appreciate you being here. I've spoken with your attorney a couple times. The reason we're here is that we. I mean, I'll just tell you up front, we've been working on this case just about since it started. Detective Walton was the first that kind of initiated the case. Then there was a parallel federal investigation that was initiated. And so we've been working with the Dallas Police Department and ATF. Detective Barnes is a task force officer with the ATF. And I tell you all that because we know a lot about this case. Most of the people in this room, even though you thought at the time that you deleted your text messages, most of those text messages weren't deleted. I read all the text messages, I read all the emails. I have a pretty good understanding of what occurred. I know that you and Jennifer basically reconnected on March 17th of 2020, and what we're hoping to do today is to have you walk us through that date forward, because there are going to be some questions that we don't know the answer to that we're hoping that you can kind of fill in. So you understand what we're talking about. We're the individuals that are prosecuting Jennifer, okay? And I want you, so you know that we're not here to deceive you, we're not here to trick you, and I know it can be confusing. You've talked to a lot of people. You have no idea who I am or really any of the individuals in this room. I printed out a copy of Jennifer's factual resume. And what that is a document that she's going to file as part of her plea. And these are facts that she's stipulating, meaning she's admitting that they occurred.
Okay.
And if you'll flip over to page 2 for me, and it's a long document, but I've highlighted a couple of areas that I want you to see before we get started. And on page 2, you see Jennifer Faith, the defendant, admits and acknowledges that on March 17th, she reconnected online with you, former high school boyfriend, your DRL, Darren Ruben Lopez. At the time the defendant began communicating with you, where she was living, where you were living. Between March 17, 2020 and October 8, 2020, you and Jennifer Faith communicated numerous occasions with each other, emails, text messages, voice calls, and written letters. You see on the left side of each one of those paragraphs, those are initials. Those are Jennifer's initials, where she's initialing off that that's true, okay? If you flip over to page 3, the first highlighted portion, defendant, Ms. Faith stipulates that beginning in approximately April 2020, she began to tell you that her husband, James Faith Jr., Jamie Faith, was physically and sexually abusing her. The defendant stipulates that the accusations of abuse that she shared with you were not true, and her husband had never physically or sexually abused her in any way. She admitted to that. She further admits the defendant stipulates on April 6, 2020, you used your personal email account to send a message to her to advise her, quote, to keep planning your lives together. Okay, we have a copy of that email. Okay. And down at the bottom, 3 days after you sent that email, she created a fake Gmail account on April 9th, 2020, using her Google Chrome browser in the name of JamieFaith511@gmail.com. Jennifer Faith admits that while posing as her husband, she used a fake email account to send multiple emails to you on your personal email account that falsely claimed that Jamie Faith was physically and sexually abusing her. Defendant admits that she attached to some of those emails photographs that depicted images of extreme physical and sexual abuse being committed. She further admits that some of those images she sent to you were not images of her, but were in fact images she downloaded from the internet. A month later, on May 13th, she used her Google Chrome browser to create a second fake Gmail account in the name of Mr. Rob. Defendant admits that between May 13, 2020 and August 2020, she used that fake email account to assume Rob's identity, send you emails, and make accusations that her husband was physically and sexually abusing her when in fact that was not occurring. She admits to all of that. Page 5, Jennifer Faith stipulates that at 7:33 in the morning on October 9th, 2020, she and her husband exited their house to walk their dog Maggie. And approximately 1 minute into their walk, you approached Jamie Faith from behind and you shot him 7 times with a handgun, causing his death. At the bottom of page 5, she admits and acknowledges that both before and after the murder of her husband, she provided you and members of your family with money and gifts. She used her Venmo account, credit cards, and other means to send things of value to you and your family. On page 6, on the bottom, Jennifer Faith stipulates on December 2nd, she took part in a televised interview. I know you saw that interview because she texted you the link to it, where she described your truck with the T on it. And then she subsequently sent you a text message telling you to remove the T, which on December 5th, 2020, you did. So I'm showing you all that. And then if we look over on page 9, Jennifer Faith admits and acknowledges she committed all the essential elements of the offense that we've charged her with, murder for hire. She admits that's true. And on page 10, you can see her signature and the signature of her attorneys. Okay, and so the reason I share all that with you is so that you don't have to rely upon what I say or what the detectives say in regard to what Jennifer's saying. You can see it with your own eyes, what she is admitting to the court. And I share all that with you with the hopes that you're not going to have any loyalty to her because she has no loyalty to you. Okay?
We've been over that.
Okay.
And just so you know, I talked to Toby, her lawyer, and he told me that she had signed this. So
yeah,
so nobody's tricking you here to get you to talk.
And you understand that I, nor have any of the detectives, nor has anyone made you any promises in regard to you coming here and cooperating with us today. You understand that, correct? And you understand that under the rules that we have, that we can't offer you any type of immunity or any type of agreement not to use what you tell us against you, okay? And it is my understanding it's your choice to come in here, be honest with us, and answer our questions, okay? And that's all I ask you to do, is just be honest. We've talked to you have a family that loves you. We've talked to your daughters, we've talked to your wife, we've talked to some family members, Detective Barnes, and I think Detective Walton may have talked to some of your fellow Special Forces brethren. And you have a lot of people that care about you and a lot of people that are concerned about you. And so I appreciate you being here today, okay?
No, thank you for the opportunity.
If you have any questions of us during this deal, it's very informal, ask, and we'll try to get you an answer, okay? So what I'm gonna do now is I'm gonna turn it over to Detective Walton and Detective Barnes. They're gonna ask you some preliminary questions about your name, date of birth, stuff like that. And then what I'd like to do is just start with March of 2020 and just walk us through how in the world you came to be here, okay? Because I can tell you this, if there's one thing I think everyone in this room agrees with, if you hadn't reconnected with Jennifer Faith, you would not be here today. Okay. We understand that, okay?
Okay, Darren, could you spell your first and last name for me?
Darren, D-A-R-R-I-N, Lopez, L-O-P-E-Z.
Okay, you have a middle name, correct?
Ruben,
okay.
R-U-B-E-N.
Okay, what is your date of birth? Okay. Do you have a Facebook?
No.
What about Instagram?
No.
Okay. Email address? Okay. What is your address? Good telephone number for you.
It was a. I don't remember what my cell phone number is. Offhand, it's
Okay,
the
no problem.
one that you guys have.
Okay.
It's all the stuff.
Okay. Do you work?
No.
Okay.
Retired U.S. Army.
Can I ask you a question about that?
Yes, sir.
2007
2005.
and 2005?
Yes, sir.
Why did it take them so long? Because, I mean, you served for another decade.
I did. Because I
Okay.
and I wanted to keep serving.
Okay.
And until it got that bad, until after my 5th deployment, that's when I saw the CBI clinic. When I actually saw one of my special forces doctors on returning back, and they were going through all the symptoms when I. More than we went, and then he sent me to what I hadn't even heard of. It was called the TBI clinic. 12-week process they put me through, and at the end of it, they go through a whole bunch. I see all different kinds of docs. They go through a whole process. They each individually see me and work everything up, and at the end of the thing, they come together and they say, "This is what he has," and then that's what they told me.
Okay.
They literally told me the Christmas. So I was in 2009. I was scheduled to go on deployment that January, basically like 2 weeks later. I had to get special clearance from my group surgeon, and the group manager signed off that was going to be my last combat deployment, that I was injured that bad because of my specialty. At the time, we had I was the first special forces dog handler for a 5th group. And so there was nobody that could replace me for that specific mission, leaving. So I wanted to go, and so a group sent me, and they said that was going to be my last combat deployment.
And how long was your deployment for?
Well, I took off in January, and it came back September.
Okay.
In my usual time frame.
Okay. Well, we appreciate your service for
Thank you very much.
What was your last level of education that you completed?
High school.
High school. Got your diploma.
Yes.
And from there you went to the service. Okay. All right. What I was need to do now is just read you your rights on my part, okay? So that way you can understand, okay? You have the right to remain silent and not make any statement at all. And any statement you make may be used as evidence against you at your trial. Any statement you make may be used as evidence against you in court. You have the right to have a lawyer present to advise you prior to and during any questioning. If you are unable to employ a lawyer, you have the right to have a lawyer appointed to advise you prior to and during any questioning. And you have the right to terminate the interview at any time. Do you understand the rights I've read to you? Are you willing to talk to me?
I am.
All right. Okay. That's it. Go ahead.
All right, let's start in how you initiated reaching out to Jennifer, is that right?
That's correct.
And tell us about that.
Okay. Can't remember what days. So basically, as you know, we were high school sweethearts, and she was going to college, for a couple years for college. So we dated pretty heavily, and then just life kind of broke up, and that's when I met my wife Rebecca, and got married, went to the army and stuff like that. So when I was in the army, I'd always thought about Jennifer, and then going through special forces training.
How long did y'all date?
Who?
You and Jennifer, like in high school and.
4 or 5 years.
Okay, so y'all were, that's
Yeah.
a long time.
Yeah, it was. It was. I mean, it was to the point where serious where we possibly talked about marriage beforehand, and just and like I said, we were just both young, and you know, this didn't seem right. We just kind of went our separate ways right then, and then carried me on.
Okay.
So going through training and going through special forces training, a lot of the stuff I was thinking about her, and then especially like through SEER school. If you know, that's when they take us through, put you in a POW camp kind of situation.
I heard it's not fun.
No, sir, it's not. Well, I mean, it's. The guys were surprised when I came to jail. That was my first time. I'm old, but how I carried myself because of the military training. So, I mean, that's why I love it. I was like, well, I was in the military for 20 years.
Right.
I've done the stuff. But yeah. But in that process, though, one of the things they try and tell you too is like, we keep separate from we'll keep my family separate from one of the things we're trying to think about. And then at the end of the SEER school, like before each deployment, then we have a card for special forces. We have to fill out basically if we're ever captured, we have to have statements basically. So rescuing soldiers need to basically come in and say, know who I am. So I'm not like an enemy that they're trying to put in there. So with these blocks that you fill out, they told us to use information that the enemy could never get a hold of. So basically, you don't want to put anything down anything about my family, nothing that if I had Facebook, anything like on stuff like that. So I used Jennifer, and I used our trip to Europe during our junior and senior year of high school. We got together. We did a 3-week tour in Europe. We're in an Arizona special a band that traveled over to Europe. We performed over there. She was in the choir. I was in the band, and so we did that trip together. So I used a lot of our trip through Europe as stuff. So basically, like, hey, how we had my first kiss with Jennifer on the Eiffel Tower. We were in Vermont, Switzerland, specific. We were outside of a club and it was playing In Excess. So those type of statements that I had to fill out in this card form. And so
you had a movie too that was special with her, correct?
The Princess Bride.
Yes.
Yeah, a special movie. So before each deployment, once my special forces, that's the time when I started going to war. Before each deployment, we had to fill out this card, and they had to use this card. So basically, right before I deployed, pretty much I was thinking of her. And then my deployments took me, usually we'd leave from Fort Campbell, Kentucky, and I'd be in Germany. And that'd be our changeover destination. And from Germany, then I'd go to where they were sending me. And so it worked out where Germany was kind of a place that we had special connection, Black Forest and everything. So it kind of brought back memories. And for me, for my sanity, that's kind of like when I transitioned from at home Darren, being with my family, to going to war Darren. And so at that time, usually I left my family and kind of Jennifer, I kind of picked up Jennifer and kind of have her memories and stuff.
All right, so jumping ahead to 2020, at that time you were going through a divorce, is that right?
Yes. My wife had left me back in November 1st of 2018.
Okay.
So it had already been some time before, and I went through pretty much when she left for pretty much about that year. So 2019, basically, I was in contact. Well, you met all my friends and stuff and family. I didn't have any contact with them for about a year. January 1st of 2020, kind of like my New Year's resolution to myself was like, I need to get back with my life. I made recontact with my friends. Started going back with them. We're brothers. You've met them.
Right.
I mean, so they knew I was going through stuff. So at the time then too, I started to, I guess through that time stuff, I was thinking about Jennifer. We also had a country song, what might have been, basically talking about that stuff. And I had always heard the song. I'm never one that watches music videos. But it was in January when I actually went to the phone. I wanted to listen to the song, and so you pull up on the phone and it comes up with the video. And on the video, they start singing the song, and it's about a soldier in World War II who gets separated from his girl, and then they get back together when they're old. They meet again. And so it was just, I was thinking about Jennifer, and then that's been my song for years with her. And
so what efforts did you make to find her?
I started searching on the internet, and then I got onto one of the internet search sites that I paid for that I knew her name, I knew, you know, her date of birth and where she lived and stuff, and so I put that stuff in, and it came back with a profile.
Was that LinkedIn?
That's when I got her LinkedIn, yeah,
Okay.
from that thing. It took me, I didn't realize what the heck LinkedIn was, but that's when I found LinkedIn, and I got on there, and then that pulled up her profile, and so that's when I saw her picture, and then I knew it was her. It went all the way back down to she had in all of her education, you know, it started with high school. She had South Point Catholic High School in Tucson, Arizona, and then Northern Arizona University, and so I knew for sure that was her.
Okay.
And then that's the first time I created, that's the only time I've used LinkedIn. So I created an account with me for myself, and I sent her a message on that, and then from her LinkedIn, I also had her Twitter account. And I had a Twitter account that I very rarely use. I basically use for fantasy football. But I got her Twitter account. I looked her up on Twitter. So even when I first made contact with her, I saw her on her Twitter account. It came up with like her profile. And then I saw that she was married and she had a daughter. So I knew that. So going into making contact with her, I was just making contact with her because at the time, like I said, I wanted to, but you know, after going through 20 years, going through everything I went with military and stuff like that, I felt that, you know, she needed to know that she was important during that time. That she helped me through some tough times in service. And so I wrote up an email. I don't know if you saw that in the email.
I did.
So, you know, I wrote that up and sent it. So I was in no way looking for trying to break up her family or anything. I was just trying to make a connection. I was let her know basically how my life turned out, and that, you know, I did think about her. And that was the initial contact.
All right, I'm going to show you. No, the print didn't turn out very well, but do you recognize that's the email that she responded, the initial email back to you on March 17th. Do you recall receiving that?
Well, yeah.
And that's basically Jennifer, and I won't go through the whole thing, but it's basically Jennifer giving you a synopsis of, like you indicated, what you told her about your life. She's telling you about hers.
Correct.
Is that right?
Correct.
All right, and then following that initial email, really, after the March 17th, daily, you guys are in contact with each other. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And I recall seeing a text message, I'll take that back, early on, actually it wasn't a text message, it was an email where Jennifer gives you her cell phone number, and she tells you that I'm not available to talk to you at any time, but I can always text you back at any time. You recall receiving that?
Yes.
And then after that, y'all start communicating, not only on email, but also by text message, okay?
Yes, that's the majority of what we call.
And almost everybody in this room has gone through and looked at most or many of those emails, so I don't want to dwell on that.
Mm-hmm.
But it's very, very clear from March 17th of 2020 to really the first or second week in April, so roughly about a 3-week period of time. Somewhere during that period of time, Jennifer has told you that her husband is abusing her because y'all immediately start talking about it. You reference it in an email I could show you, but you say, I know you're going through a horrible time. Don't let him, you're being brave through all this.
Right.
So it's very, very clear that she has told you something about what her husband is doing. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Can you tell us how that started and what did she say?
Yes, I guess it was probably like 3 weeks, like you said, about 3 weeks afterwards. Basically, like I said, we always just text message with each other.
Okay.
and then it was one night I received a text message, and okay, this is going to be confusing for me because, I mean, up until 3 weeks ago, I had no idea she had been lying to me. So basically, from my understanding is that Jamie took her phone and started texting me.
Right.
And it was at night where he told me that he had her tied up in the closet, and he was going to do different things with her. So that's how it started.
All right, let me stop you there. So
Yes.
that text message you're talking about, was that from Jennifer's phone or
Yes.
from another phone that you didn't
No,
recognize?
it was always from Jennifer's phone. Basically, she had told me that he would take her phone.
Okay.
He would take her phone and he would start text messaging from her phone all these things he was doing to her.
And was that out of the blue that Jamie supposedly is reaching out to you saying that I'm doing these horrible things to my
Yes.
wife?
Well, he knew that because she told me and stuff like that. Well, she told both Jennifer. I mean, she told Jamie and Amber basically when I reconnected with her. And from my understanding, he told her, he's like, hey, this is my, my boyfriend, and they had actually just came back from a European trip. I think within a year or 2 years, they kind of did the same trip we did. So she was talking about me to them already when they were on this European trip and stuff.
Okay.
So kind of knew about me already, and then all of a sudden I pop up, and so I'm kind of like back in her life, and so then all of a sudden it's like, yeah, the one night it started out of the blue, basically like he was like mad that I was back with her, and because of that he started hurting her.
All right, and I'm going to come back to that in just a second, but I want to follow up with a general question.
Mm-hmm.
Knowing what you know now,
Mm-hmm.
do you believe that you ever actually spoke to or communicated by way of text or email with Jamie Faith? Do you think you have ever actually communicated with him, or do you think it was Jennifer always posing as him?
Well, I mean, up until 3 weeks ago I thought it was.
Okay.
In my head I always thought it was Jamie.
Did you ever speak to him?
On the phone?
Mm-hmm.
No, not during that thing. There's a couple times where we were on the phone that he was in the background. He knows she was talking to her. She was talking to me. That was the only time I heard his voice.
And were those occasions where y'all are watching like Game of Thrones and you're talking about a character or
yeah, something.
And he would say something, but as
Yeah.
far as you getting on the phone with him, did you ever have a voice communication with him?
No.
And you have no way of knowing then, I'm assuming, in regard to the text messages, whether that was actually him or Jennifer posing as him. Now knowing what you know now.
Correct. I mean, because after it initially happened, the first like 2 nights, that's when I texted back to Jennifer, and then that's when she told me, it's like, well, he takes my phone and he's starting to text you. And so for me, the syntax was different.
Okay.
Now looking back, I actually said this has been very confusing the last 3 weeks.
No, I get it.
I had no idea that that she would lie to me like this much with the stuff, but then the syntax was different. And so with my training, I was like, well, hey, let's come up with a code word that, hey, I know what it was. And so what we came up with is I would text team with a question mark. And that meant my Special Forces team. So I told her to write back, my Special Forces team number was 575. And so when I asked for team, if it was her, she would write back 575. Then I knew it was her.
Okay.
When I thought it was Jamie, when I text back team, sometimes he'd come back with like a football team because we were all football fans. And he knew I was a football fan, so sometimes he'd put down Packers or Steelers or whatever. And so
then you thought it was him.
Right. And then I would never... There was very rarely I would ever respond. There was like maybe twice of the whole thing where I just got so upset or whatever that I did respond.
Let me ask you this. Did you ever have a text communication with a person you believed to be Jamie from a phone other than Jennifer Faith's phone?
No.
After that initial the initial text where you're being told by a person you believe to be Jamie that what he's going to do or is doing to his wife, tell me about what was your response? What did you do?
I was in shock, and so I didn't know what to do. And so it was like the 2 days afterwards, then when I could finally a text with Jennifer. I was like, what's going on? It's like, do we need to talk to the police? What will you do? And she was in, you know, she'd tell me that, you know, she was in tears. She didn't know what to do, and didn't want. She felt, you know, guilty about stuff, and then, you know, I was like, well, it's like if my relationship, you know, being back in your life is causing you pain, and this was actually like the first weekend where from my understanding, he went and basically had her gang for that first time, and so it was after that weekend that, you know, I was like, is he doing this because of me? Then we'll just stop. Don't keep doing it, you know. I'll just leave. It's like, look, I never meant to cause you pain, break up your family and stuff like that. And we actually had this conversation over the phone.
And what was her response?
And she went to tears. And she said, no, you can't leave me because, you know, I helped kind of put it back together after that weekend. She felt that I was a link, and she's like, no, don't leave me. Don't ever leave me, please. And so I was like, okay, are you sure? And she's like, yes. We'll work. Something will happen. He'll stop this. And I was like, well, I don't want this to continue and stuff. But she's like, no, don't leave me. And so it was then. So you saw at the beginning part of April, when she started sending me the emails and stuff like that. What I thought was Jamie.
Right.
I started getting those emails, but at the time I was like, let's get the cops. I even went so far as to look up Dallas police numbers off my computer, and I had them ready like one weekend. When he was texting me that he had her tied up, and I was like, you need to let her go. I was like, even calling the phone, he was like hanging up, and then I texted, like, well, I'm calling the cops right now. They're on their way. And then that's when all of a sudden she pops up and, you know, gives me the clear signal, 575, and she's like, no, don't call the cops. Don't call the cops. He let me go. You know, he doesn't want. Please don't do that. And I was okay. And then she always used for me was Amber. She's like, you know, Jamie became her dad. That's her stepdad.
Right.
You know, and he ended up adopting her after she was 18 and stuff like that. So basically, he raised her. And again, that's what Summer was to me. They were about the same age. So I mean, Summer's my daughter. You know, I never talked to her like she's my stepdaughter. It's always my daughter. Until people, you know, I guess know you, and then they start, you know, putting dates together, and then it's like, well, no, she's my stepdaughter, but, you know, ever since she's been 7, I've been her dad. I've been her only dad, so that's my daughter. So I knew how that felt, and so she was like, please don't, I don't want to ruin Jamie for Amber. I don't, you know, she's always known him as a good guy. He's been good to me all these years and stuff like that. This is, I don't know why this is happening. You know, and then at the time, that's when COVID had hit. Everything we stopped, you know, basically I met with her, and then it was like the next week, the whole world came apart.
Right.
And then, you
so
know.
you met with her?
No, when I reconnected. When I reconnected. No,
Okay.
I've never been with Jennifer face to face.
Okay.
At all.
She appealed to you through Amber.
Yeah, so you know, she would always use Amber. So basically, she's like, you know, please don't, because she doesn't want to ruin it. You know, being her dad for Amber's sake. And she was like, you know, please don't ever say anything like that. And then at the time, you know, she promised me, is like, don't ever, you know, please don't ever say anything like that. And I promised her, I was like, all right, I won't. And that's how it came about. It took me like 3 weeks, because I guess it was about 3 weeks later when she created the Rob's email. I kept pressuring her. I was like, look, I'm in Tennessee. You know, I haven't known her for, you know, physically known her for 20 years and stuff like that. I didn't know how to help. I was like, you know, you need to tell somebody else. Like, this isn't right. You've been abused. I don't know if she's ever talked to you, but Jennifer came from an abusive family. She was abused by her dad growing up. And boyfriends that she had through high school also abused her. So I know she's been abused before. And so my thinking is, you know, she kind of went into that.
Well, let me ask you this.
Yes.
So she says, or
yes.
Okay. Well, she also said Jamie was abusing her, and Jamie never abused her.
Exactly. Like I said, until 3 weeks ago, I mean, I would have.
Right. What you thought? Yeah. No,
I mean,
I understand what you're saying.
So, you know, from my understanding, she was abused as a kid by her dad.
Let me ask you this: while at the same time this is occurring, you are going through some financial challenges. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
All right. And during that period of time, at least from the correspondence that you were having with Jennifer and she was having with you, y'all are talking about a life together. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Tell me, did y'all have discussions about that? When you say a life together, and let me give you an example, and you may have seen it in the complaint affidavit. Jennifer told a friend of hers in a text message that you had a 5-year plan to be with her. Do you know anything? What does that mean?
Yeah, basically, I mean, like I said, we got together, he started abusing her, stuff like that. I was like, well, you know, this isn't right. And then, you know, it's like, I was going through a divorce. And that's when you talked about, it's like, well, you know, she was like, well, I don't know if I can go through divorce. And I was like, wait, well, that's fine. It's like, we 5-year plans, because my youngest daughter, Hope, at the time, she was still in middle school. So I was like, I'm not leaving anywhere. I need to raise her. She's going to go to high school and stay here. So basically, it'd be 5 more years until, you know, I could move anywhere.
Let's take the 5-year out of it, though, and just and talk about the big picture. In order for you and Jennifer to be together,
yes,
there's a third party involved in that's got to be out of the picture.
Yes,
that'd be Jamie. How was that going to occur when you're in these discussions with
a divorce? And then she told me that she actually looked up lawyers during COVID, and she reached out to a couple, and because of COVID, they were, you know, not doing in-person meetings anyway. So she said she was having to be real careful, but she looked up a couple lawyers. And that was it. So my idea was
she was going to divorce Jamie.
Yes.
And be with you after they got divorced.
Yes.
Okay. I know there were some emails that you wrote to Jennifer in regard to the abuse about a threat of you going to American Airlines and telling them what Jamie was doing.
Yes.
Why did you not go that route?
I tried, and then again, I was good because I didn't know who to send an email to, and then that was, I don't know, I believe in one of the emails that I sent to Rob, I reached out to him, and thinking it was, you know, again, I was trying to get a third person involved, and so it was through him, and then I think it was one of the emails, he was like, hey, I'll look up some stuff, and I never got back with it, and it, like I said, the abuse got worse, and then, like I said, Jennifer kept putting in, it's like, I got to keep it, you know, keep it a secret, keep it from Amber, and so it was, I don't know, it was getting worse. I mean, it was draining on me. I mean, I don't think I ever explained to her how bad it was, because I always thought she was, you know, having a bad weekend. I never told her about how, you know, I didn't sleep for like the weekend. I literally got physically sick. I'd be throwing up. You know,
because you believe she was being abused?
Yeah, 'cause, I mean, during the stuff he was doing to her, I don't know if you've seen those text messages, but like the first time, he took me step by step. He said, hey, there was 7 guys, basically him, his good friend. I mean, from my understanding, it was their good friend from another fellow employee from American Airlines. Jeremy was his first name. I forget his last name. They were friends since college, I guess. They played billiards together. He lived in Phoenix. From my understanding, Jeremy was in Dallas at American Airlines during this part. And then he was into this kind of BDSM.
And we're going to talk about that in a minute. But when we talk about those initial texts, are you talking about like Jennifer telling you that she's being taken over to Jeremy's house and what was occurring?
Yes.
What was she saying was occurring over?
Well, no, that's whenever she went, I'd be talking to Jamie.
Right.
So basically, Jamie said, basically that first weekend. Well, actually, you know, he did the initial stuff where he was keeping her like at home for like 2 nights, and then that first weekend where he did it, it was a Saturday daytime. He's like, I'm taking her to a friend's house. She's gonna meet some guys, and we're gonna have fun with her. And literally for 2 hours, he took me through. Basically, he said it was himself, so it was Jamie, Jeremy, and 5 other men. And he took me through basically step by step. Hey, the first guy's up. We have her tied up on this chair, and the first guy's having sexual intercourse with her. And he went through, he was like, oh, wait, hold on, let me put my phone down because my turn's next. And he went through all 7 guys having sexual intercourse with her, and then he came back around and said, okay, hey, now it's time to use her mouth. The guys are ready again. So on the first time that, for me, that he had her, you know, basically gang raped, basically, they did, you know, 7 guys on her, physical, sexual intercourse, and then, you know, oral.
Now, when you're receiving these messages, what are you saying?
I'm not responding at all.
They're just
He just keeps texting. So that's what I'm getting sick. Literally this weekend I was like outside. I had to go out and chop down a tree and stuff to keep me from going crazy. So.
Did she ever mention any of this over the phone?
By voice? No.
Yeah.
When you after receiving those kind of messages, when you would speak to her either by phone or text, would you ask her about it?
Yes.
And what would she say?
She would tell me. I mean, she would stuff like that, and then at the point it's like he's like, well, he's like trying to, she described a little bit to me. It's like, well, you don't have to tell me anything about it because I had a very detailed. I mean, literally, he got detailed. Him, freaking her. It's like I said, this is my head, and with everything, I'm honestly confused. So when I'm explaining this to you, yeah. So it was to a detailed point. Well, I mean, I graphic detail stuff. I can picture it in my head what was happening.
And so at that time when she's sending you the when Jamie is sending you these details, are y'all using the password or the team?
Right. So I knew. Well, for me, it was Jamie telling me all this stuff.
Okay.
But she didn't have her phone.
Okay.
So basically, it would go hours or the whole weekend where it wouldn't. I was talking to Jamie. Well, Jamie would be texting me stuff. I would never respond. Like I said, there was 1 or 2 times when it got so bad that I did respond. And stop that. Hey, I'm gonna call the cops or whatever, and he would just laugh or whatever. And after that, when I did respond, when I was talking back to Jennifer, and I said I apologize, she would say that if I ever did respond, the abuse would get worse. Like he would get off on hurting her worse if I ever responded stuff. So it's kind of like a catch-22.
Did you ever?
Right.
Did you ever confide in anyone you knew that this was going on? Okay.
I didn't.
All right. Now, on May 13th, 2020, you sent your first email to Rob.
Yes.
Okay. And this is that email right here. All right. Tell me, and in that email, if you look on like the second or third sentence. I don't. That's the only copy I have.
Yeah.
You reference that Jennifer is being taken over to Jeremy's house and being gang. Do you see that?
Yes.
And is that the incident you're telling us about that you were receiving by way of text message?
This was probably the second or third weekend that he did that because they reference in here.
You referenced Jamie's birthday.
Right. So at the end of March. So basically, when the end of March. So basically, I think that was the second weekend. So the first weekend I just told you about, the first of the 7 times, was like the first time I did it. And then the second weekend after that, from my understanding, Jeremy showed up like at Friday night, like at 1 in the morning, or after midnight when Amber was asleep, and they took Jennifer, and then she was gone for that weekend. When she came back, basically, that's the reference I said. The phone call is because from Jennifer told me is that she was abused so much that weekend that they actually gave her medicine. She gave her like ibuprofen, and then they said the head of the doctor said she was taking antibiotics for that weekend. She didn't go to work, so that Jamie had called Rob and said, hey, because Jennifer has lupus, and so he told Rob that, hey, Jennifer's real sick this week. Can you cover? Because then, like I said, this is when the world collapsed. Everything was basically on Zoom and stuff.
Right.
So everything was like a voice meetings with her work and stuff like that. And so she told me, is like, hey, Jamie called Rob, and Rob said, yeah, I can cover for her for this week. So she didn't have to make her daily appointments and stuff for that week.
All right.
And
let's talk about, in regard to that email right there that occurred on May 13, 2020, what prompted you to write that initial email to him? How did that occur?
Me talking to Jennifer. I mean, this was like 3 weeks into it. I was like, this has to stop. Somebody else needs to know, Jamie doesn't know me. I mean, even if I got to the phone and said, hey, I wanted somebody else that knew him to pressure him. Say, hey, I know what's going on.
You told Jennifer that?
Yes.
Okay.
It took me basically like the 3 weeks to convince her to give me somebody's contact information.
All right, so if I understand what you're saying, so over 3 weeks you are telling her, look, I want to talk to somebody else.
Yes.
and let them know what is going on.
Yeah, so maybe they can help. So after that initial email, I think in there or whatever, I asked for Rob's help. She told me that Rob actually called Jamie, and that he was on the phone for a while, and then Jamie got mad, but then he felt real guilty and stuff like that, and actually stuff stopped for about a week or 2 weeks.
All right, and so when you wrote that initial email to r225
Yes.
at gmail.com, where did you get that email address from?
From Jennifer.
All right, and so you sent that initial email believing that you were talking to Rob.
Yeah, I knew who Rob was. Like I said, when I reconnected with her for those first couple of days, she was still working, and she had told me about who Rob was, and basically they had been working together for 16 years at the time. They both started the medical field back in Phoenix, and then they had moved up in the stuff, so they were like regional managers. Rob actually lives out in North Carolina, and he would fly in basically Sunday night. He worked Monday through Thursday here in the Dallas area, overseeing the hospital stuff, and then he'd go back home for the weekend.
Did you ever physically meet or speak to Rob?
Not at this time. Well,
before the death of Jamie Faith, did you ever talk to voice
not
to
over the
voice?
phone, no.
Okay. Have you ever talked to Rob?
Texting, yes, afterwards.
And I'm not talking about the group text.
I know, exactly. That's the only time, where I
Take that off the table.
Right, so no.
So you've never had a conversation, and knowing what you knew prior to Jamie Faith's death, you ultimately, when you joined that text group,
Yes.
the group chat,
Yes.
you knew Rob's
Yes.
cell number.
Yes.
Did you ever? Why would you never reach out to him and call him and discuss?
Because of my training. Basically, what happened with Jamie was a military rescue mission on my part. And for me, I have hundreds of missions. Basically, I did a mission. It goes in a box, gets sealed up, gets put away. Jennifer never wanted me. Basically, I did it to save. I thought I did it to save Jennifer and to save Amber. I was worried about both of them.
All right, now I don't want to jump too far. We're gonna get to that.
Right.
Let's.
So to answer your question though, so basically I put it in a box, and then Jennifer had also said it's like she told me right after it happened, after the incident with Jamie, when basically Rob found out about Jamie's death, it's like, hey, Rob said he's not going to say anything, so he's like, whatever happened, and we'll forget about it. We'll never speak about it.
So it was basically after the death of Jamie Faith, no one was ever going to talk about it again.
Exactly.
Was it ever discussed again?
No.
Never brought up.
Never brought up. That's the way I've done. I've done missions kept secrets for the government for 20 years. I don't talk about my missions.
All right, let's go back to you start carrying on these email conversations with Rob. And what was the general? What are y'all discussing in May, June, and end of July of 2020?
Asking for his help to how are we going to resolve the situation? That's the way we're reaching out for those emails and saying, hey, what can you do? Should we tell Amber? Can Amber, intercede on the stuff, and Jennifer never wanted Amber to know, but, like I said, I didn't know them, really. I never met Amber and stuff like that. I met Amber over the phone. I talked to her a couple times. Again, group stuff, we're watching movies and everything like that, but I've never met them before, so I kind of like, hey, I need somebody else. And so Rob was supposed to be that person.
Was there, during this entire period of time, was there, before Jamie Faith's death, was there ever a discussion between you and Jennifer Faith about meeting in person?
No.
Why?
Because, well, one, it was COVID. Everything was locked down. And two, it was never it was more of that. COVID, we couldn't do stuff, and then, I was, like I said, I wasn't in a position to leave Tennessee at the time, so I had my daughters and everything. I was taking care of them, so I wasn't going to do that kind of stuff. And so it was just, I wanted, I guess, maybe some resolve. Like I said, we talked about divorce and stuff like that, so I wasn't going to, be like an affair type thing with her and stuff like that. So, I was,
You brought up before Jennifer's relationship where there were incidences of BDSM. Is that accurate?
Yeah, you mean?
With Jennifer in past relationships she's had, where she's been abused.
Yeah, where she's been abused, yes.
Yes. In reference to BDSM, you and Jennifer start going down that road. Is that correct?
Yes. I guess she starts opening up about, yes.
Who instigated that?
I guess her. I mean, I never really brought that stuff up, but she did. And then I guess it was because of her second husband. That's when shoot, I forget his name. Rick, I think.
Okay.
Is her second husband, and then she started telling me that he was into that, and that's when she got into the stuff.
Okay.
And then so she.
Well, and then you got into it too, in regard to online training.
Yes, yeah, because then one, I mean, it was into, and then two, that's what they were doing to her. So again, from a military training, I wanted to know what was happening. I had never experienced this kind of world before.
Okay.
And so I was gaining intel on what the hell was happening. That was just my military stuff. It was like, hey, I want to know what the hell, know your enemy. I had never exposed to any of this stuff, so yes, I started to look into all that stuff. And talking to her about it and trying to understand what the heck was going on.
Okay. Well, you did more than just research.
Well, yeah.
You did more than just research, though. I mean,
yes.
You bought her Christmas gifts that were real, real stuff.
Yes.
But I understand what you're saying.
Yes.
All right. So this continues on with communications between Rob and you through the summer of 2020.
Yes.
Tell me about Las Vegas.
She had to go back. Basically, it was one of the week. It was like during the weekend, and basically, Jamie. Jamie, I understand. He had a rough relationship with his parents and stuff. So actually, Jennifer would actually talk more with his parents, like especially with his dad, since Jennifer's divorce and stuff like that. Since she was in before high school, she really hasn't had a dad. So for the first time, Jamie's dad became like her dad. So they were really close. She was telling me, and so he reached out to her, and so. Basically it was on the weekend, and basically Jennifer told me that because of the dad's phone call that, was one of the times it was at Jeremy's that stuff stopped, and he took her home because he had to call, and basically his dad told them that they were going out to Vegas, to be with his parents and stuff like that.
Why did Jennifer send you her itinerary?
Because at that time, then this was at the end of, I forget.
Early September.
Early September. Okay, yeah, because then, according to, to Jamie and actually Jennifer told me it was that Jeremy then got relocated from Dallas back to Phoenix, and so when he left, basically the weekends kind of stopped, but they had set up a Craigslist account. So it went from going to Jeremy's house to where basically Jamie was pimping Jennifer out through Craigslist. And
where?
Here in Dallas.
They sent you those links? Like, where you?
No, I didn't get any of those. I was asking, but I never got any of that stuff. She had said that he had created a Craigslist account, basically with the stuff. And then prior to going to Vegas, he had told her that, hey, he set some stuff up through Craigslist in Vegas. So I was in, well, where are you going to be? And so that's why.
All right, let me ask you this. I need your honest answer on this, okay? Was the rescue mission originally going to occur in Las Vegas?
No.
Why were you tracking?
Because I wanted to know if she was being taken anywhere else.
Well, but what could you do about it?
I don't know. I guess
you're a military man.
Y'all
are tracking Jamie Faye through Las Vegas. You know exactly where he is at all times. Jennifer is texting you his exact location. If she told you that he was taking her to Circus to be raped by 10 men, there's nothing you could do about it.
No, you're right. I wasn't. It was more just she felt Because it wasn't that I was tracking her, because then it was off. I didn't even know about this, but it was like on.
Where you were tracking her with your iPad.
Well, right. No, like I said, beforehand, it was on the Google Maps or whatever.
Right.
You have a. I didn't know about this. She told me about it. There was a feature in there where she could send me on Google Maps, say, "Hey, become friend," and then it tracks her phone.
Right.
And so we set that up.
Right.
And so that's how I could see like when she was walking her dog and stuff like that. So that's all it was. And then I just kept it. And then she told me it's like she feels better knowing that if I knew where she was going, you know, if I knew where she was, it gave her some safety that if in case something happened to her where she died.
Did
I would
she
know.
advise you during the period of time she was in Las Vegas that any of those types of sexual abuse, physical abuse incidents were occurring?
No, she told me beforehand that he said set stuff up, but when they were actually in Vegas, nothing had happened.
All right, just before Jennifer went to Las Vegas, she deleted the fake Jamie Faith Gmail account and the fake Rob account. Do you know why she did that?
No. I never know that. I just, emails had stopped from Jamie. Like I said, it was sporadic from getting stuff from Jamie. I think it was only maybe 4 the whole time.
Was he still communicating with you by way of text through her phone?
Yes.
Did that continue all the way up through the rescue mission?
Yes.
All right, so I want you to walk us through now when Jennifer gets back from Las Vegas. So we're in first or second week of September 2020.
Yes.
Up until October 9th. Tell us everything that goes on during that period of time.
Okay. Been thinking about this from ever since I got arrested and stuff like that, because you know the lead up basically into October 9th that morning, there was basically 3 incidents that occurred. One that she told me about was that he cut her hair off. That they cut it shorter. Basically, she had longer hair, and so it started with.
Was that after Las Vegas?
Yes.
Okay.
It was after Las Vegas. So this was leading up until October 9th. This was what, prompted me to, I thought she was going to be in physical danger and possibly killed. So it started off with, well, first she cut her hair. So basically, she finally told me it was like 3 or 4 days after her haircut got done. But leading up to was basically, he would take her into the bathroom and have her perform oral sex on her. And that happened a couple times, and then he said there were scissors there on the sink, and then one time he grabbed the scissors and he threatened to cut off her hair, cut it shorter, and she really liked her hair and stuff like that. And so she then told me, like 3 days after she got a haircut, it's like, I didn't tell you this over the weekend, but Jamie finally cut my hair. And that was a mess, and it really, her psyche, she told me that, even worse than being that, for whatever reason it was, by him physically cutting her hair, it affected her worse. So I thought, Jamie was getting worse. Then after that, she told me, it's like, it was early in the, because usually a lot of times, text messages about abuse from Jamie and stuff wouldn't happen to like about after 10 or 11 o'clock at night. It'd be late at night. This one day, it was maybe about 7. It was the thing. She got on the phone, texted me. It's like, hey, come up with a quick password because Jamie wants to talk to you. Jamie wants to talk to you. He's gonna be watching. He wants me to tell you something that happened. And he's gonna be watching our phone. And I need a new password. So I said, hey, send Patriots. So she came on the thing. So I did our little code thing. I said team, and then she came back around and she said Patriots. So then for me, I knew that Jamie was watching her text me at this time. So she then says, Jamie wants me to tell you this. This happened a couple days ago. At 1 a.m, when he was abusing her, he took her outside into the hot tub, and he had her performing oral sex on him underneath the water. And that he kept her underneath the water so much that she said that she woke up to him doing CPR on her. And I didn't know what to say.
When was that in relation to the rescue mission?
It was in September. This is, like I said, after Vegas.
A few weeks before?
Yeah.
Okay.
Like probably 2 weeks before.
And I'm going to interrupt you for a second just so I have some context.
Yes.
In an email on May 9th, 2020, I can show it to you. Jamie sends you a text, or excuse me, an email. The fake Jamie sends you an email, and it says, "We split her like a pea."
Oh, yeah.
Or should I say an Oreo? It was great. I hope she tells you the details. You will need to email me some keywords tomorrow. What is that? Those keywords, are those code words you're talking about?
I have no idea. I never responded to him. So I don't know. He was trying to, and honestly I don't remember that part of there. Oh, it's a requirement to get out of Monday. Oh yeah, because he said he was going to do it again. Right, like I said, that was the game basically. He had, when he texted me that, I mean, I was there, that he was telling me that basically she was being done at the time,
right,
for that weekend, and I guess it was going to happen again on Monday unless I responded to him. Basically every time he texted me, he wanted me to respond. It seemed like he got mad when I wouldn't respond.
Okay.
You know, and then I knew also, like, from my training and stuff like that, it's like, you know, I'm not going to give in to him that way. I'm not going to feed that stuff, so I just never stay silent. So that's what he was asking me, you know, he was threatening again, I guess, more worse stuff on Monday if I didn't respond, but I never did.
All right, and so going back to the September incident where Jennifer tells you that she was awakened with him performing CPR on her.
Right, so basically, like I said, you gave me the phone, so basically she's texting me this with Jamie. My understanding, she's texting me this with Jamie looking over her shoulder, making sure that she's telling me that basically, you know, she was drowned in the pool, going there, oral sex, and then my response, and I had no idea how to respond to that. And then Jamie, when I didn't respond, my understanding, Jamie took the phone from her, got mad, and, you know, I knew I was talking to him because I said for syntax, she was good. She would change, like, syntax on me. And so he was yelling at me. He's like, hey, you know, basically, mother, like, she just poured her heart out. And I was like, what do you mean poured her heart out? You just killed your wife. You know, you drowned her, you killed her. What are you going to do this? And then he started, you know, and he's like, yeah, I'm probably going to do it again, and there's nothing you can do about it. And so so he cut her hair, he drowned her in the pool, and then the third incident then was basically on October 9th. October 9th is their anniversary date of when they met.
15 years.
Yeah, 15 years. So that week prior, leading up to that Friday, the thing that set me off to make sure that I went for that Friday is he started texting me stuff that he's like, well, you know how we made our wedding anniversary special, that bad weekend where, you know, she could do stuff like that. I don't know how many guys it was. She said it was probably upwards of 11 to 12 guys during their wedding anniversary weekend. And so leading up to this thing, he's like, well, I'm going to make this anniversary even more special. Whereas he's like, oh, I'm going to incorporate the hot tub and see how many guys, and then we'll see how many, see if she drowns or not.
All right, and so when you left on October 8th, just before 1 o'clock.
Probably.
And we know that through your cell data. Just prior to you leaving, you and Jennifer had 27 text messages back and forth to one another, right before you left. Okay. And you deleted those off of your phone. What were y'all talking about?
Oh, we had set up basically that, you know, I was going to be with my buddies that weekend. Because I need to, you know, I was going to be away a day from my daughters. I never go away for a day. So basically I told them that, hey, it was my 15-year anniversary of being blown up. It was September 9th. But we couldn't we didn't get together in September, so we were going to do it in October. It happened to work out the same day. And so basically, I told my daughters and Sherry, you know, my sister-in-law, that I was going to be with Greg and Donovan and stuff, getting drunk, so I was going to stay at their place. So I was going to be gone for this. I'll be back Friday afternoon. So that was my, you know, letting them know why I'm leaving.
So the same day that you got blown up,
yeah,
was the same a month before, 15 years ago,
yeah,
was a month before the day that they actually met each other.
Yes.
Okay.
That's another one. I don't one of the early references because she told me she had like a dream about that, and that was another thing that had I don't know, had possibly led into why Jamie was mad, but I don't even know if that's real or not or whatever.
So were you using your Google Maps to track them as they walked their dog?
Daily? Well, she had.
No. On October 9th, the morning
No.
of October 9th.
No.
How did you know that house was vacant next door to them?
Jennifer told me.
How did that come up?
I guess it was, I don't know if it was before, I think it was before Vegas, even before the Vegas trip. Basically, to me, she said that it was getting worse. She didn't know how to get out of the situation, and that she was going to, she asked for my help, and
by help, you mean the rescue mission?
right, well, yeah, by help, she said, I need ways to, how can I kill Jamie?
When did she say that? It's over the phone or
Yes,
through text?
no, over the phone. She did this, we did this all through voice.
You mean to protect herself? I mean, to save herself because of the abuse? That's what you're thinking.
Well, yeah, I mean, basically, she's to the point where I need to do something to kill Jamie.
Tell us when was that first asked?
Probably in August then.
So before Las Vegas?
Yeah, before Vegas.
All right, tell us about those communications.
It was just a couple times. I mean, we didn't, like I said, we never texted anything, but she came over the phone, and she's like to the point where it's like, this needs to stop. I think I'm just gonna kill him. And I was just like, you can't do that, and so that's where it's that, I guess the idea kind of started.
Okay, and as that idea got developed, was there discussion about the house next door?
Yes.
Tell us about that.
Well, basically, I mean, I knew the time, regular schedule, again, back in military planning where, basically it was an ambush setup. I knew approximately the time frame.
Did she
what?
No, the approximate time frame.
Well, they always went in the morning. They always,
But did she know the day it was going to happen?
Well, because I stopped text messaging. Yes, she knew when it was going to happen because Thursday, again, to her, then too, setting up my alibi. Basically, I was like, hey, I'm going to be with Greg and Donovan. Hey, and so last text message I had before the incident was Thursday afternoon before I took off. It's like, hey, I'm going over to Greg's now. I'll talk to you tomorrow.
So y'all are communicate with each other with those messages in the event someone was to ever see those messages.
Yes.
Well, that was her cue that you're on the way.
Yes.
But y'all had previously talked about it over the phone.
Yes.
Okay. Tell us about that last call where you're coming on October 9th. It's going to happen finally.
I'd never had a date set up. We had talked about, like I said, with the stuff. And so then I said, well, I came up with a couple, plans. Like I said, how do you do an ambush, And then it's like, where is he? Obviously, because, they weren't working at the time. So he was never leaving. They were never leaving the house and stuff like that. So the only time that he was basically leaving the house was with her was to walk they would always walk Maggie in the morning time frame. And they always took the same route and stuff like that. And so when I brought it up, it's like, well, the best thing to do, if I ever did a rescue mission, it's like, I would need to know where it is and stuff like that. And then so Jennifer's like, well, the two, I knew basically she lived in the middle of two abandoned houses. Well, the ones who, if you're in her house, the ones to the right hand side, they were kind of keeping an eye on. They were good friends, neighbors. That's what they had a key. And during the Craigslist stuff, he would take her over there at night, and they would use that house because they had a key. They were supposed to be watching the house. The house that I set up in, the one on the left hand side, was totally abandoned. He was, I guess, refurnishing and stuff. It was all locked up. They never went in there, but she knew it was, that was the route. They always came out of the house and they always took a left. They always went down that street.
And you knew that because she told you or because of the phone?
She told both. One, she told me, and then two, of tracking on, like I said, every time she went walking. There was a couple of times when he didn't walk. Sometimes they'd be in the afternoon. They'd take Maggie, but it was very, very rarely that he wouldn't.
Did you talk to her about how this would take place? Like, did she know it would take place as they're walking the dog?
Yes.
Did she know that you would come upon her, push her down, and duct tape her hands?
No.
She didn't know any of that?
No.
Did she know on October 9th, 2020, when she walked out that door with her husband to walk the dog, that he would not be coming back?
I would have to assume yes. Like I said, me leaving Thursday saying, hey, I'm going to Greg's house. I'll talk to you on Friday.
That was the code for you, your
That I was going to be there.
All right.
So,
And when you got to the house on South Waverly, the abandoned house, about 2:30 in the morning,
yes.
and we see you on the video,
Yes.
what did you do
I was just
for
doing
5 hours?
I was doing a recon.
But I mean, did you go in the house or did you stay outside?
Inside their house?
No, not their house, the abandoned house.
Yeah, it's locked up.
So
It was totally locked up.
You just stayed in the backyard?
Yeah.
For 5 hours?
Well, I drove around. That's when I tried to, because when I coming in here, that's why, in the Google Maps, I mean, she didn't tell me about how the freaking much construction was along the interstate there.
Cause you stopped at the Wendy's or something too, right? Or somewhere along a gas station.
There was a gas station, yeah, the one there. So basically, once I found the house, and I knew where it was, then I tried looking for exfil routes, and how the fastest way to get back on the interstate without going through all the freaking traffic and everything like that, and then to get away from you guys. So that's why, I heard Jennifer said that you guys were surprised why I went the opposite direction of, for the stuff. But, I went down because it was the fastest way that I found quickly to get on to the highway to go back that way, and then also send you guys opposite direction at first.
This is a question I wanted to ask you for 1 year.
Yes.
Why did you drive a car with that big T on it?
Like I said,
you're a military man.
I know. It was my own truck. Yeah, I guess I should have took it off beforehand. But I mean, even though that's the other thing, she helped. She also then told me, I was then doing the recon. I was going to try to park behind in the alleyway behind there, but they had cars back there that night.
Okay.
I couldn't go back there, and so I ended up parking in front. Me going in like I said, I was going in to save her and Amber.
No, I get it.
And so so I wasn't going to have any collateral damage. I saw the man who took the picture. He was there. I still had bullets. I could have reloaded and could have shot him, and took his phone. Right. I didn't.
Did she tell you exactly where to park?
So we talked. She had told me about the alley behind there,
Mm-hmm.
but when I got there, like I said, there was. That's what you saw me walking around. So I had parked there, and then I parked down the neighborhood, and I came back, and I was walking the whole neighborhood, trying to figure out, where my quickest route in and out could be, where I can stage stuff, and it didn't work out. Where I just literally parked the truck almost across the street there.
So are you in the backyard when they start walking the dog?
Yes, I'm right. They have the wooden fence is right there.
Right, on the side of the house?
On the side of the house is right there, yeah.
All right,
So-
and did you know at 7:30 would be the time they came out, or were you watching for them to come out?
I was just listening. Yeah, I was probably sitting there ready since about 5 in the morning.
Did she give you any signal at all?
No.
That they were coming out?
No.
So you hear them come out, start walking south on Waverly, and tell us what happened.
I had just made the decision that basically it was a rescue mission. It was a military, an extremist rescue mission, basically where the target had to be, to save the hostage, the target had to be eliminated. So that's all I did. He came back in, I came out from the backyard, I got him in my sights, and I started opening fire.
What did he say?
Nothing. I didn't say anything, he didn't say anything. He screamed.
Because there was someone on the video who says, "Hey, was that you or was that him?"
That was him then. I didn't hear if he had screamed.
Mm-hmm. And when after you shot him, what did he do once you shot him?
He fell to the ground. I was basically, it was a bike, maybe about 20 feet or whatever. I was in the backyard, and I started opening fire, and I was just, egressing onto the subject. So I was putting shots in there. He dropped, and then that's when I came over. I've had men die in my arms before. The human body can take a lot. So if you're looking at why I shot him so many times is because I didn't want him to suffer. So once I had him down there, I went there, and then I was supposed to just put basically, try and do 2 in the head. I ended up putting 3 because this first mission it was the first time where I literally lost count of how many times I shot. The first time I ever did. I've never been in type of emotional state. I've been in that kind of situation before, but it's never been with me being personally involved with everything. So I just lost count. But I knew I was going to make it as quick and painless as possible. I didn't want him to suffer. I didn't want Jennifer or anybody else to suffer. I've seen people die because be on the ground there, and I didn't want their last memories of him struggling to breathe, ambulances coming and stuff like that. You know, he's supposed to be terminated. I was going to terminate him. So I knew. So basically, within those, you hear that how fast it is. I knew he was dead. He wasn't going to feel anything.
Have you seen that picture before?
No, sir. I have not.
And I know with your training and experience, seeing stuff like that is nothing new. But what I want you to know, I appreciate you being here today, but that's a totally innocent man.
I know.
Totally innocent.
Now I know that.
Did you take any property from him?
A ring.
So as he was lying on the ground,
yeah,
that's when you reached
Where
out.
is that wing?
It's thrown away somewhere in Arkansas.
Is that how, because you know, we got, once we recovered the firearm from your house, there was, some of his blood was on the firearm, on the slide.
Mm-hmm.
You think that, how did the...
Probably. I reached down there. Yeah.
Why did you do that? I mean, just to make it look like a robbery?
Yeah. She had said something about the robbery, and then
Did y'all discuss that beforehand?
Yes, with her. She actually, I was supposed to take her rings also, and I got her rings off, but I guess I put them off to someone that's duct taping her, and the rings were left there, and she put them back on. She put her rings back on.
So you had actually taken them off, and then
yes.
But then, you know, one of the things that stuck out from the beginning, she said that you were hitting her with the palms of your hand. Was that on purpose to hit her just like that, so you wouldn't cause any injury to her, or what?
No, I punched her, but I mean, I guess it wasn't as hard as you know, possibly good. But I mean, like I said, I hadn't seen it. This is my first time I've actually physically touched her in 20 years, and I'm freaking beating her. I just shot a man in front of her, and I'm beating her.
If someone had attempted to assist in taking you down, would you have killed them?
No.
You would not have?
No. I went totally in. There was going to be no collateral damage. Like I said, I saw the gentleman who took the picture. I think he was from what 2 or 3 doors down with the cell phone out. He came right outside. I saw his cell phone. I had him. I had more bullets, but going in. There was going to be no collateral damage. If I ran into the cops, if anything like that, I would turn myself in.
Did you ever have any concern when you were in the Dallas area that the police were looking for you? Like that,
well, of course,
that
yes.
they knew who you were?
Yes.
Good. After you're on your way back to your home in Tennessee, the first person that you communicate is Jennifer. You text her, she texts you. Do you remember what those first text messages say?
I think that I was back.
Right. You were in Tennessee.
Right. No. Basically, you know, as for our alibi, hey, I'm back home from being with the guys.
Okay. So y'all were still playing on
right.
the alibi.
Right. So that that should have been the first text message that she got, and then she told me, "Oh my God, something bad happened."
Did at any point in time after October 9th, 2020, going forward, did you ever have a conversation with her about these events? Yeah. It was never brought up again? Yeah. At what point were you...
Just besides the point that she told me after it happened that Rob, basically called her over the phone and said that, hey, he's not going to say anything. And then she also told me then too, like I said, she knew Jeremy. And they were friends and stuff, and that Jeremy also had called, and he had said, "I'm not going to say anything about what happened." So those.
Did you tell anybody what you had done? No. You didn't discuss it with anybody.
No, sir.
Is this the first time, other than with your attorney, you've ever discussed it?
Correct.
At what point in time did you become concerned that law enforcement may have identified you?
As soon as you guys had a picture of the truck. I mean, it was a Nissan truck. I mean, I figured.
Why didn't you take the T off before you did?
Honestly, I didn't think about it. Right? I mean, like I said, it was somewhat planned, but then somewhat spur of the moment.
Did you have any idea that law enforcement agents were watching you in November of 2020? You didn't know about the cameras outside your house, on the road, and taking pictures of your truck? So we can do recon too.
Yeah, no, I didn't see you guys coming. I mean, I believe it.
No, I hear you.
Man, on the there was some items that were located in the backyard of that house next door. Chris, wasn't there like some
shades, some
rain
glasses.
goggles?
Yeah, some glasses. Yeah, because I know on the video we saw you going around checking the doors. Were you trying to get inside of the residence?
I was seeing, if it was locked, if it was unopened, if it was abandoned, just in case of
But
whatever.
did you leave some the goggles on the fence line?
They look like range glasses, like the typical
I
amber
didn't-
colored lenses.
Oh, are they amber?
Or they're,
No.
Yeah, I believe so.
Yeah.
No, those aren't mine.
And there was some duct tape there too, right?
Yeah, I believe duct tape was on top of the house.
No, I had the one roll. No, I only had the one roll was with me, and then it got thrown away.
Did you buy it at Walmart the day before?
The duct tape? I might have.
Cause we pulled your from your credit card statement.
Yeah.
You went to Walmart.
Yeah.
Purchased groceries and you bought a roll of duct tape.
Oh, probably then. Yeah. Then yeah, that was the one.
After things have settled down a little bit, October, November, December, what was the plan with you and Jennifer? As far as your relationship, being together, I mean, what?
Just like start, possibly later, possibly start dating in the future.
Okay, she was, you found a house, right, that she was going to be put on the lease.
No, when that came out, that was separate than, that was just my life, because of my divorce. I had to, I'm going to have to sell the house, but my credit was all screwed up. So I needed to look for a rental place. And she was going to help me because she had good credit. So I knew I could get that under her. But that wasn't like our house that we were going to be living in together. She was just helping me, for me and my daughters.
All right, and then the trip to Arizona in March of 2021, what was the purpose of that trip?
My second oldest daughter, Ashley, she lives out in Phoenix. She back in September, she had her first daughter, so my granddaughter. So we were going to go there. That was when she was getting baptized. So I was going to.
And Jennifer was going to meet you out there.
Yes.
All right. One of your daughters, when they were interviewed, told us that prior to October 8th, 2020, you told her that at some point Jennifer and Maggie are going to be coming to live with us. Do you recall that? Did you ever say anything like that?
Probably, but that was like down the road. We were talking about, that was like not immediate. It had been like, a year or two. But yeah, no, I let her beat my daughter. She was texting with my daughters. They would text back with her.
Because we have one text where Jennifer texts you and says, hey, if I don't get the life insurance money in time, I may come live with you and we can just tell people that you're giving me room and board in exchange for me taking care of your girls. Do you remember discussing that?
It probably sounds about right. I mean.
Okay. So it wasn't out of the question that at some point y'all saw a life with each other together?
Yes.
Looking back now at what you know now,
yeah.
What do you make of this?
I don't know, stupid. I mean, between how my brain works and how my feelings for her and the psychological trauma she put me through, I mean, I just didn't. I mean, I tried. I thought I was trying, so I was trying to reach out for Rob, and it got worse. Like I said, I guess he never responded. I mean, I didn't realize his email was deleted at the time. But I think I even mentioned to Jennifer, it's like, yeah, I tried sending Rob whatever, and, he never responded back. So basically, I thought at that point that I was on my own, and then it got worse. September after Vegas, stuff started happening.
Did y'all ever have discussions after Jamie's death about meeting in person?
No, the first time was going to be March. It just came about because she was also friends with Ashley. I mean, she sent baby gifts, stuff to Ashley after Kat was born.
Why were y'all waiting so long? Just because it would look bad if y'all were together so quickly? And the reason I ask is because, I know about the Christmas gifts you bought her,
yeah.
And you say you can't wait to try them out with her, and
yeah.
y'all talk about, being together, and why wait until March? I mean, what?
It looked bad, but like I said, I still had my life. I wasn't in no place to leave Tennessee. and go do that stuff. She knew from the beginning. I mean, my daughters, finally at that point, they were all living with me again.
Okay.
But so no, I mean, then also for me, it's like, and I told her too, it's like, I mean, I'm used to being away for almost a year at a time. So waiting
no big deal.
was nothing for me, you know. I mean, I still had the contact, and you know, planning stuff was good enough.
Whose idea was it to put you in the group chat after Jamie's death? Was there a reason why you were added?
To get me introduced to all her friends, so it could then, I guess, block in her mind, I guess. So then she can, you know, they can see our friendship growing, right away.
Was Jennifer when Jennifer would sit down and meet with Detective Walton or any of the other law enforcement agents that were involved in this case, would she share what was going on with the case with you?
Yeah, I mean, I didn't ask her for like specific details. She's never, but I knew like you were talking to her, and then I think you know you were asking her questions about possibly who it was or something like that, but. Mm-hmm. That was it. I mean,
was there ever any mention when it's come down to the life insurance part? Were you supposed to get a certain amount or?
No, no.
Because I know there was
no money involved.
So, because I know there were text messages where you guys kind of talked about what she kind of told you about that. I told the life insurance company that you know I couldn't rule her out as a potential suspect.
Right.
What was that conversation about?
That was it. I mean, I think that was just a couple of days before I got arrested in Tennessee. Mm-hmm. What was that? That's all she said.
And when you say there's no money involved,
yeah,
there was, however, a understanding among you and Jennifer of a life together. Whatever that entails, as far as her financial situation, your financial situation,
right.
There was a plan for y'all to be together after Jamie's death.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Yeah, but I mean.
And you knew that they had life insurance policies.
Yeah, kind of, but it was never brought up beforehand. I never asked how much it was, and never inquired about any of that stuff. It was never monetary for me.
Did you know about the GoFundMe account?
She told me about it. Well, it came up also in the group chat, I believe, too.
Okay.
So, yes. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, it came up about all that stuff.
Okay.
But
in the months leading up to the mission, though,
yes.
there were a lot of discussions between you and her where you talked about the poor financial situation you were in, right?
Well, she knows I was going through a divorce, and that basically, you know, once my wife had left, I was still paying all the bills from our life together, mm-hmm. and you know, for that first, you know, like I said, when I was in the depression and stuff like that, you know, I was still paying for Rebecca took the truck and stuff like that, so. It was like that January 1st when I started to make my life, that's when I cut her off financially. It's like I stopped paying for her truck, so we turned back into Tahoe. You know, other little things that I was, you know, she was using my account regularly and stuff like that. And so, yeah, I was, you know.
And Jennifer knew these things that were happening to you financially, right?
Yes. And
she offered to help every now and then, right?
Yes.
As much as she could.
Yeah.
Both before the mission and after the mission.
Yes.
Okay.
Why'd she send you those credit cards?
Because like she had me take the girls out to dinner one time, you know, because she knew she just had me, and then that's what like I think I used that to buy the gifts off of. I used her credit card, so she said, "Hey, use this, you know, if you need extra stuff." So.
And let me ask you this: I still can't figure this out. Your bank account. Mm-hmm. Jennifer Faith would receive notices for withdrawals from your bank account.
Really?
Do you know your USA bank account? Do you know why that is? Do you know how you get those emails?
Yeah.
Jennifer Faith was getting your notices each time you pulled money out. Did you have anything to do with setting that up?
No, I had no idea. Really?
Let me ask you this. One of those code words that y'all use, was it the password to any of your accounts?
I might have. Well, no, I mean, not to the bank account, I don't think, but it might have been. I mean, no, not the code words using, but I think she knew I think she had my email log on or whatever.
Is that right? His USA account?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, those because I've looked through your emails and there's thousands of those. Every time you take money out, you got an email saying you took $20 out. You know what I'm
Yeah,
talking
yeah,
about?
yeah. It was sent from on my phone for text message. Yeah, I would get the text
Jennifer
message.
is getting those notices.
Really?
On her phone. And I'm just trying to figure out why and how that got set up.
I have no idea. I did not do. So you told me right now. I had no idea. She never even mentioned that.
Okay.
No clue.
How is your relationship with your children right now? How are they getting? Are they doing all right?
Yeah, as best they can. I mean, my two older ones, they're in college now. Moved off, and then my youngest one, she's had to start a different high school that she's planning on. She's doing. They're doing good. I'm very proud of them. They're doing great in school, and they're moving on. So I mean, hopefully I can get back to them.
Have you had any conversations with Jennifer since this sort of breakthrough, like within the last couple of weeks? We know she's been trying to reach out to you.
Oh really? No.
When's
no.
the last time you spoke to her?
The last time I spoke to her, and Mr. Sanchez knows, my youngest brother died on.
I heard that call.
Yeah. On right. That's the
last time.
That's the only time. That's the only time. I mean, that was one of the first things you told me, and I've done nothing ever since.
Okay.
So, no, I mean, yeah. Like I
So
said,
Jennifer is reaching out to Jamie's parents and manipulating them. She'll do anything she can to manipulate you if she ever got the opportunity to.
I wouldn't doubt it, but no, I have no idea what's going on. My only question was, I had asked, and I was just concerned about Amber, and I had asked, like I said, my thing, I honestly, up until 3 weeks ago, I thought, they were both in danger.
What was the dust up in the jail over last week?
I don't know. Honestly, did you see the video?
No, I haven't seen it.
This is the video. Literally, I for that tank, that's the only tank I was in since February. They put me in there. I kind of progressed in. I was like the oldest guy, longest guy in there. But I progressed into. We had one guy in there I was good friends with. His name was Alex. He would be like the cleaner, the guy we send the buckets and he would do the shower stuff like that. He got moved out of the tank. I took over that job, and so when I was picking up the trash, I didn't even see it coming. He hit me. It knocked me out. My jaw still hurts.
For no reason? Do you even know the guy?
He had just moved in the tank 2 or 3 weeks ago. I know he was living up. I was in B cell. That was at the bottom floor. He was living in D cell with this other guy named Edward Thomas. He's a big guy. The only thing is, I know that he's on a federal case also.
I know that guy.
Okay, so basically, after I got hit, I was knocked out. I was literally lying underneath the TV for probably about 10 minutes, I think is what the guard said. A couple, my guys, friends that, I was trying to be helpful with everybody in there. They came over to look. Edward was sitting there. He was on the second floor up in there, and he's a big, you know him. He's a huge guy.
Mm-hmm.
He's like 6'7", 270 probably. He was yelling at the guys like, "Don't freaking touch him. I'll beat you. Don't tell the guards. Don't do anything." So I literally lay down on the ground bleeding until then the guy who hit me, Michael Dials, he came back over, told me to get up. I didn't move. He kicked me and then grabbed me by my feet and dragged me into my cell. And I was laying there until they did a walkthrough. And then that's when I opened up my door and said...
And you didn't have any issues with him? I mean, he's... Okay.
No. And I just come back. The only thing, I came back with the... We just met. We just met. And the guys that came back, and I guess I played a good face because, Mr. Sanchez showed me the email you sent him. It's like, hey, we'd like to talk to you that, you're probably not going to be pressing charges against me federally. And so, but I didn't say, I knew something. I came back in there and a couple of my guys that I'm kind of close with, they came up to me and was like, "Man, what's wrong?" And I was like, my lawyer just told me that the feds are going to probably be coming to get me. That I'm going to have to start dealing with the Fed case. Because then, they did see the news. So that was another surprise.
About Jennifer?
Yeah, when she came up on the stuff.
So they know you're tied to her.
Yeah,
okay.
Yeah. And then, they knew that.
Okay.
Yeah, I've been on the stuff, and then now that's what I've been trying to move tanks, because then they moved me to this new tank in the 5th floor, and the tank right next to me was a guy who was in my cell before he got in a fight about a month and a half back. He knows me. He saw me as soon as I walked in there, and he's like, "Oh, it's Aaron." It's like, "Hey, I saw you on the news," and then all of his tank then we're coming up there, and he was telling them the whole story.
Were you receiving, going back to these text messages where you're using code words, were you receiving those type of text messages? You want some more water?
Yeah.
Were you receiving text messages, those type of text messages all the way up to October 9th or October 8th?
Yes.
That was continuing, where you think you're talking to Jamie?
Yeah, that's what I said. He was building up, like I said, that up until I did that mission, until that Wednesday, basically the last, because I dropped my phone Thursday, so the last message I got was Wednesday. But those, starting that weekend beforehand, he was telling me, hey, that our anniversary is coming up. I'm going to be, I'm going to have something special set up for her, and, we're going to see how many guys she can take in the hot tub.
All right, and so in regard to, if I was to look back at your old text messages, every time you see team and anything other than, what was the code word for?
575. Yeah.
If it's 575, that's who you believe. It's Jennifer talking to you.
If it's
Patriots,
Oh,
Steelers, anything but 575.
Anything but besides, she would either say 575 or ODA 575.
Okay.
Operational Attachment Alpha. That's what ODA for Special Forces.
And if it doesn't say that, then it's
Jamie.
Supposedly Jamie talking to you.
Yes.
Okay.
Why did you keep the gun?
I was going to get rid of it, and then one, being sold, and the two, I didn't want a gun out there in the world. Guns happen, and then, I came back, and I was probably going to get rid of it in Tennessee, but then I realized that I have to move, and I didn't want to bury it at the house, and just, it was just, I'm not a criminal. It was just, again, it was a rescue mission in my eyes, and I was, that's all it was.
After working this case,
yeah.
Day in, always the question of why not just call the police?
Yeah.
Why not just, hey, this is what's happening?
Yeah. I tried them with her, and then that's when I got messages from Jamie. Well, he had said that, well, hey, she's not going to turn me in.
Yeah.
And then I even talked to Jennifer on the phone, into this, and she's like, no, if police come, I'm not going to say anything, and I'm not going to turn on Jamie. And then text messages from Jamie was, if any cops show up here, she's going to be hurt worse.
But you're a highly decorated guy, all right? And you've been through a lot. So the thought process, you have many ways where you can go around that other than taking it to your own hands. Why not just,
Yeah, try reaching. Like I said, because one, like I said, Jennifer told me that she was going to say anything about him if the cops showed up, and then two, that he got on there, and then, like I said, he started to abuse her or worse. And then, so it was in my mind that you guys then were off the table. And then I even asked, I think even in the discussion with Rob, or then it was through Jennifer, even Rob said that, hey, he's going to come out here and then I thought I was going to work through the cops through Rob, since he was coming back in the Dallas area. From my understanding, he even came back one weekend and was here. And that discussion was between Jennifer and Rob, that Rob was going to take him to the cops. So I was trying to use Rob that way, since, like I said, I hadn't been here. But that was it. I was, from my understanding, he was going to hurt her worse if the cops showed up beforehand. And then that's when I tried to use Rob. And from my understanding, Rob had talked to Jamie. He'd even come down here and stuff. And even Jennifer at the time was like, no, I can't do this to Amber, and was making excuses to Rob like she made to me.
Did Jennifer ever thank you for the rescue mission?
No, not in so much terms. Like I said, we never really discussed it.
But she knew about it, and you guys apparently at some point it had been decided that you were going to take care of it, right?
Yeah, for the most part, yes.
Because she told you about the house, she told you about the alley in the back.
Yeah, exactly.
You knew where they would go walking.
Right, up until, like I said, she'd asked me, she talked about, who she wanted to kill, she needed to find a way out. I was still debating stuff, and basically up until that last weekend where, kind of prior to that, after the Vegas trip, when stuff escalated with her hair being cut off, her being drowned, and then basically those 3 or 4 days leading up to that Friday, getting messages from Jamie saying, this is what's going to happen this weekend. Basically, it's going to start that Friday. And then I don't know if you've seen the messages from Rob on one of the text messages. He's telling me, hey, don't tell Jen, but Jen confided in me that on these, when there's walking the dogs, that Jamie's abusing me, he's burning me, and stuff. So, again, my mind is thinking that Friday he's gonna be starting that bullshit again.
Let me ask you this: why was divorce never an option for her?
I don't know. I mean,
did y'all ever talk?
No, we did. Like I said, I said, hey, what about getting divorced? She even told me she looked into it, but it was going to take time. I was like, that's fine. I wasn't even done. I'm still not divorced. My divorce isn't even finalized. So I was just like, that's fine. That's when, the 5-year plan is like, there's no rush. I'm not rushing to get into, us and stuff like that. I didn't want to be a burden on her, relationship wise. I mean, I couldn't,
Was it financial? Was that the reason? For her, was it financial that she couldn't?
She never told. I mean, no. She the stuff that she gave was just like her life, like all her friends. They had mutual friends and stuff that they would always go traveling together and stuff with. And she was feeling bad. It's like if she divorced Jamie, that she would look as the bad guy. And so I was like, well, I mean, there's no rush to this. Before everything, and that was kind of like early on, and then stuff started getting worse. But that was it. But I even brought it up. In part of the summer, that's where she had told me that she had reached out to some lawyers and was looking into some of the stuff. That was it.
Well, let me ask you this: now, the trip that you took out here to Texas, I mean, that cost you some money.
Yeah.
How did you afford that? Where did you get the money for that?
I mean, I had some in savings. I mean, it was dwindling down, but I mean, it didn't cost me that much. It cost a couple $100. I mean, I just drove straight through. So I mean, it wasn't overly financial burden, but
did you have your phone off?
Yes.
Well, I'm just trying to figure out how the
iPad.
Oh, you had your iPad with you.
I had the pad with me. Like I said, when I got lost down here, it got all foobarred up.
Because I wondered, I could not figure out if you had your phone off, how were we receiving Google signals to their servers, and it's through your iPad?
No, they had through the pad. Yeah, they had the Samsung Galaxy. Okay. Yeah, the one that popped up.
Okay.
Yeah, I guess it was still on linked to the phone or whatever.
Yeah.
But like I said,
Do you have any questions of us? Let me ask you this: your disability.
Yes.
What is the impact of your traumatic brain injury? Like how are you impacted by it, either physically or
all the ways. I mean, you see, I couldn't.
Does it affect your memory?
I have a bad memory. Like I said, I couldn't even remember my freaking phone number. I haven't used it in 9 months. All my phone numbers, even if you asked me Summer's phone number, I couldn't even tell you. You just have to look it up on your phone. I have all my numbers written down. Even when I first got arrested, I couldn't even make contact with them because I didn't have anything memorized. You guys took my phone. Okay. Everything's in there. So short-term memory, my PTSD, it's anger issues. I mean, even
impulse control.
Yeah, I mean, even when right now, even after telling me, even after that's what I said, I'm confused. Even after knowing this, I guess 2 weeks, 3 weeks now, that everything was a lie, I still hate Jamie. I can't get rid of that feeling. My PTSD, I don't know if you guys, they can take pictures of your brain. They can actually see it. I actually went part of when I was getting out, the TBI training, they put you up on the EGG, basically the skull cap on there, and measure your brain waves. You go in there and you sit in front of a television screen, and I'm learning to control my thoughts. I have to turn basically the screen white. I do this for 1 hour a week to lessen my PTSD. But now it's ever since I got arrested and through this psychological torture that she put me through. I mean, it's up. I have hate. I hate him. I still do, and I feel bad. He's the worst person I've ever killed that I know.
And she knew about your brain injury, right?
Yes.
You told her everything,
She
right?
specializes in it.
Exactly.
I sent her my stuff. She was going through...
You sent her your medical records and stuff?
Yes.
What was she going to do with those? Did she tell you?
Well, I asked for her opinion, because when I found out that she was working, she's like, I work with you guys stuff. And, I was trying to find my picture. I guess I got them, years ago, so I think the program had changed. I couldn't upload it, but the write-up from the doctor, I could send, and I sent it to her. I'm medically trained, but that was like echelons above my head. And she looked at it, and I asked, hey, how bad is it? She was like, It's not the worst I've seen, but it's pretty bad. I mean, that's what the docs told me when I had to get out because, and that's why I need to be moved. Every time he hit me once and I was out. Another concussion can kill me. That's why they wouldn't let me deploy.
I think we're working on that. I think your wife told, was it you, that you could, if you're struck in the head, it could cause
You
some
should
serious
watch the video. I mean, I pressed charges against the guy, but if you watch the video, I'm literally out, laying there, and then he drugged me to the thing. Because I didn't see it coming. I was taking out the trash, and he hit me right here. My jaw still hurts. I still have some of the headaches. I had dizzy. I mean, I couldn't move. They wheelchaired me out because I wouldn't stand up. Because I couldn't. Even after down in medical for a while, I was still wobbly and everything. Even fully awake, when I close my eye, I have balance issues because from my TBI and myself. I mean, even my doctors told me, like, if I ever got pulled over and you guys do like a DUI assessment and stuff like that, I'd probably fail it because my eyes balance and stuff. All the things. I can't stand on one foot. I can't keep my balance.
Has anybody associated with this case contacted you by way of mail at all? Amber, anybody like that?
No. I've got nothing. I've sent nothing. I've got nothing.
Okay.
We met Amber. I mean, she's doing all right. I mean, to the extent you're curious how she's doing. I mean,
Is she still here? Or in Dallas or?
No, she's back in
Phoenix.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is she talking to her mom? Did she hit her?
She just learned when you learned about how this were, and it's been very, very difficult for her, as you could.
Yeah, I mean, it was difficult. I mean, I hated doing the stuff, but like I said, and then it would even kill me. I mean, looking back on this, because the psychological terror I went through, then even after it was like at the end of summer, I guess Amber's not a very good driver. She went to school in Washington D.C. So she really didn't have a car for 4 years and stuff in there, and she's not a very good driver, so Jamie started taking her for driving trips on the weekend. I was freaking the out. I was like, you can't let him be alone with her. He's like, oh, she's not gonna, it's just like, but look, if he's doing this to you, knowing you for 15 years, said you loved you, but I mean, why is, I was afraid for her. So every time she told me that, oh, they're going out for a drive, I'm freaking out. It's like, make sure you let me know when they're back. I was trying to keep tabs on her when she was with Jamie alone. I mean, and then afterwards, like I said, we never talked. Like I said, never talked about the mission, but I let her talk. I mean, I started, her and my daughters were becoming friends. We were watching shows together, and she would, I would let her confide in me about, and I knew Jamie was a good, a decent guy. Beforehand, even Jennifer even said that. So, I mean, I was going to let her talk about, I wasn't going to hold that against her. She even talked to me a couple of times about, how she would make coffee with her dad and stuff like that. And I was just telling her, those are the kind of memories you need to hold on to and stuff. I mean, it's just,
what concerns me is in what you just said about Jamie and your hatred toward him. Yeah. I feel like if Jennifer was sitting here talking to you, she could convince you to come back over and be with her, if she was given that opportunity.
No, I mean, that's why I'm here. I would tell, if she was right here, I would tell her to make a deal with you all because I'm going to throw her under the bus. I mean, I still have feelings for her, but she's going to have to go away for a while because I can't even forgive her right now. And I don't even know the truth, and I don't know why any of this happened. I mean, there was no reason.
Well, when you say you don't know the truth, it's been laid out for you today.
Well,
I hope you understand.
No, I'm learning the truth, but I don't even know. But why?
The reason you're not with your children right now is for one reason, and that's because of her. Period.
So what made her do that?
I know. That's what I meant. I mean, what? I mean,
why she decided to?
And so early. It was like within 3 weeks. I mean, now going through my head is like, well, am I passing? Am I supposed to be taking the whole fall? I mean, because she's the one that, hey, make sure you erase all your text messages, and then like the emails.
When did she tell you that?
All the way through, because like I was saving all the text messages I was getting from Jamie. My phone was so full up that it actually stopped receiving text messages from her. I had to call Verizon and stuff. Then like, your account's full. I was like,
y'all communicated 120,000 times between June and the day of your arrest.
Well, probably. Yeah, that's how we're
120,000 times.
Yeah. So I was keeping all the stuff that she had, that I was getting from Jamie. I was keeping all that for the longest time.
And what did she say about that?
Oh, she's like, I think I told her a couple times I did. Even like the email. I don't know, where'd you get the emails, from my accounts or from hers?
Well, you got a text message on November 30th where you say, I deleted all text messages, but they keep popping back up. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
Was she telling you to delete emails and text messages?
Yeah, and then especially she's like, especially like the emails from Jamie. It's like, hey, Rob has all this stuff, right? And I was like, well, yeah, I sent them all to him. So he's like, well, in case if you ever need them, Rob has them. I mean, now it turns out that she was Rob, but I kept them just as my I was like, and I told her, yeah, everything's deleted, but I told you about the emails. I told you they're still on my account.
Did she tell you about the camera footage of you in the backyard?
Yes, I think so.
She saved a copy of that to her Google Drive.
Oh, okay.
She did tell you that?
I think so, because I think you guys brought it up. You asked her about it or something.
Mm-hmm. Detective Walton
Something.
did. What did she tell you about that?
Oh, they saw me in the backyard.
Well, did she tell you what she told us? What her reason for the person in the backyard was?
No. I don't think so. I mean, not that I recall.
Yeah, she just said that some guy that used to live there, that didn't live there anymore, gets drunk and just stumbles through the backyard.
He have arguments with his wife, or
okay.
he stumbles in the backyard.
Yeah, no, I don't recall that. I mean, if she did, it doesn't stick in my mind.
Well, I know you're pretty. You like you said, you've been through a bunch of training, and there's a lot of things that the average citizen hasn't been through as far as like military training and just understanding. Like you knew that day, like whenever I interviewed you, remember when we talked in Tennessee? Just from my personal, was there anything that I could have done different that day?
For what? They me to talk?
Right.
No.
You were never going to talk?
No.
Because you were just loyal to her? Or?
She asked, because it probably, like I said, it was going to come out, and then I know better not to talk to the lawyer. I mean, no offense to you guys, but I mean, whatever you guys get from me, you can turn it right around.
Right.
And so, no. I mean, I've been through all the classes. We get the same interview techniques and stuff like that, so I knew where you were going.
Right.
And then once you started bringing out the stuff, that's when I stopped you. I was letting you go to see what you guys had.
Right.
A little bit, to see, I saw the pictures. And then, so when you got to that point, then when you were asking me, it was like, no, it's time to go.
Right.
And that was it. And
you were about to go over something when you say you've had some time to reflect now, and you say she was the one who was telling me to delete the text message. It seemed like you were about to go into some other stuff.
Well, no, that and the emails. Like
Okay.
I said, she should make sure, hey, the email's gone.
Okay.
And I was like, yes, they're gone, but I saved them.
Okay.
I told her no. But she said, in case we ever need them, Rob has them anyway, which turns out she was fucking Rob.
What about the guns or anything like that, or the ring, his ring? Because you had taken that too. Did she tell you what to do with that?
No, I threw that away on my own.
Okay.
I mean, you guys took my clothes in Tennessee. The clothes I changed out of my clothes that I wore. They got thrown away. And the ring got thrown away. And then I had switched license plates, and so that got thrown away also.
Didn't she complain to the
funeral
home
somebody
that
stole
somebody
his ring?
stole his ring?
Yeah. Did she tell you she didn't pay for any of his services, memorial services?
Yeah, that, because it was the GoFundMe, and then it was a victim's whatever, that everything got set up.
No, but she didn't even use that money to pay for the.
Right, I guess she said, well, I mean, through the group chat, whatever, she said it was a victim's fund, whatever, that since it was
it was covered by something else.
Right, it was covered by the murder
okay.
that the city had or whatever, and then the stuff that happened in Phoenix, I think American Airlines picked up.
Were you on the group? Well, I know you were on the group chat. Do you recall the group chat where she sends the picture of the truck in Texas that law enforcement identified with the T on the left side?
I think, yeah.
And you respond, interesting?
Yeah.
Yeah.
We saw you guys were there's some communication that's happened on Text Now, which is like this app that you were communicating via Text Now. Does that sound right? Did you download an app called Text Now?
I don't think so. I mean,
it was all
it was
the same
through my
number?
phone. Now, I know at one point my phone hooked up to my computer. I don't know if that was through it. That I had it set up beforehand, and it started doing that.
I'm trying to see if there's anything we missed, right? If there's other communications that we missed that are out
Did
there.
you use WhatsApp or anything like that?
No, I don't even have any of that stuff. No, it was straight through text message, one-to-one on the phone.
What about Facebook Messenger?
I don't have Facebook.
Did y'all do
Never.
FaceTime or anything like that? Any
Nope.
video chatting?
Nope. Nope, I don't have any of that stuff set up.
How were you able to track him?
I wasn't tracking him, I was tracking her phone. She set it on the Google Maps.
Mhm.
On her phone, there's a thing in there. She taught me how to do it, that you could share your location with your friend.
It's like
And
Live 360.
So she put me on that, and I put her on my phone, and that was it. So I was tracking her phone. I wasn't tracking him.
Oh, okay.
It was just her phone that I had.
Darren, one thing that day when you made it, you were at the vacant residence. I know you said you sat along the fence line right there. So did you have your back against the fence, or were you lying down, or how were you placed?
Well, I did both. I was there for a couple of hours.
Right.
So,
So
laid down and then
so
sit
in the
upright.
way that where you were positioned alongside the fence line, if I was passing by in the car, would I be able to have seen you lying down? So you a little bit further more in the back.
If you
in the
remember
back.
the house, you
Right.
come out the house. There's actually a chain link fence, and they have a
Right.
little opening right here.
Mhm.
I was on the back side in the backyard, past the chain link fence. So
Okay.
when I heard them coming, I got ready and I came out through the chain link fence, and so I started shooting from where that chain link fence is.
Okay.
With my initial shots.
Okay, so because she said she heard someone coming up behind them because we kept observing the.
She went. I mean, sure, coming out. I'm remembering. She came out first. Her and Maggie.
Right. So
came
you already
out.
you saw them first.
Yes.
Okay. And then once you saw them, was that your? Let me hear them get up here and.
Well, I heard them come. I could hear them coming out the door.
Okay.
They're getting ready and they're doing whatever, their stuff, when people leaving at the house, whatever, you got everything, whatever, stuff like that. So I heard them. That's when I prepped.
Okay.
I got into a cross position, and then I waited.
And you were covered up.
Yes.
What exactly did you have on?
I had on a Gore-Tex jacket with the hood.
Okay.
And then blue jeans and the sneakers.
Mhm.
And then just one of those pull-up masks.
Like something like the one she has on right there.
No, the cloth
okay.
ones. I had said the full cloth one.
Right. It was all blue. The one that
Yeah.
go around your neck, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
That was it.
Did you ever hear the video on it?
Here, just off of the TV, just off the news feed.
Nine shots.
Yeah.
So when Jennifer was screaming right there,
Yeah.
What were you doing?
I was hitting her. Those were freaking blood curdling screams. I still remember.
Mhm.
It shocked me that it's just.
But you had already grabbed the ring by then.
Yeah.
And
For his memorial services, did you view them online?
Yeah, she asked me to.
Did she say why? I thought that was kind of a.
So I was in the group chats already. So I was, my way. It was her way of introducing me to all her friends. And then if I was such a good friend, then that would be a thing I would do. But yeah, I didn't. Yeah.
I was thinking about as far as like his parents,
Yeah.
In their living room with them, talking to her, and she knew the whole time. During that whole process, because did you know who Jamie really was? I know you said that you learned him to be this. You thought he was some kind of abusive guy.
Yeah.
But as far as like with Jamie was as a director with American Airlines. The only thing that he did, he was a Green Bay Packers fan.
Yeah.
And then also too, he gamed. He was a gamer.
Yes.
Did you know he gamed?
Yes. Yeah, because he would do it like Tuesdays and Thursdays or
Right.
a couple days during the week. He would have a couple hours, and then where he would do his gaming and stuff. But no, I don't know, and that's why I like I said, I'm confused and all stuff. I would never. Yeah.
Well, I appreciate you coming. You got any questions about it?
Well,
No, we
it
gotta
hasn't
take
filed
it
yet.
back.
It hasn't been filed yet.
Yeah.
I can always
No,
download it. I can download it.
Yeah.
Thank you for the opportunity to I know you've been waiting
Yeah.
for a while.
But you kept your word. You told me that you were going to talk to me once you got with your attorney, so I appreciate it.
It's just, I would.
We'll keep supporting your kids. You're a good kid.
They got awesome kids. My whole family's been still supporting me. man.
You say you had two of them in college?
They just graduated high school. Yeah, Mackenzie and Justice.
Where are they going to college?
Mackenzie's at UT Martin, and Justice just is doing a nursing program at Dixon Community College now. She just started up. She's living with Sherry now. She moved over to Sherry. She's good back in Dixon. And then
is that where your ex-wife is in Dixon?
No, she's down in Dover, Tennessee. It's just like a further, but I mean that's where my youngest daughter is now going to. Heck, I don't even know the dang county. Stewart County.
Right.
Stewart County High School. Yeah, Stewart County High School is where she's going now. So she's doing good. She's in drama club. She just made the play for Christmas. And then I guess her specialty, and I haven't overly talked to her about it, but I guess she's doing criminal justice. And I don't know if that's, yeah, you gotta, you know.
Now, did those kids go to Creekwood or to the high school or the
yeah.
Dixon High?
No, Creekwood High School, yeah, that's where they graduated from. Yeah, they went there, that's where, yeah, that's where we live, and we got the two high schools.
A little bit north of there, and
yeah.
What's that little town next there?
Charlotte?
Charlotte.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Well, thanks for setting this up.
Any other questions? I mean, like I said, I've been, when you told me about the stuff, I mean, everything, I mean, I've always been, even with you guys, I mean, I didn't talk to you there just to protect myself.
I understood.
You know,
I understood.
And you know, I thought I was hopefully I was polite enough to you.
Yeah.
I try not to be. I mean, like I said, I went in thinking he was a bad guy, and like I said, I went in knowing there's going to be no collateral damage. I saw the guy who did it. I could have taken action. You know, I knew. Basically, I knew I but I was at that point honestly thought it was a rescue mission for her. I was like, well, I mean, as long as she's safe. I mean, the other stuff I'd gone through, it was like, I've lost my granddaughter. I was in Iraq. My team sergeant had lost his kids back in October of 2008, and they were murdered, and then the house burned down. We were out there that night. The house was surrounded by Green Berets, and we were talking to each other. How could this happen here? We got to protect our own families, and we go overseas and take care of these bad guys. So those incidences that I made it out to myself. If anybody that I cared for and I loved was in a position that I could help him in, I was going to do it. That's brought me here. I just never thought she would do this to me.
Hang in there. I can tell you there's not one person that doesn't understand what level she went to you know, to pull the wool over your eyes. We understand, you know, she went way out of her way.
That kind of helps, but I mean, I can't live with this.
They're gonna see if we can get you some a better place in the jail for now. Okay.
Let me go talk
to
these guys.
Yeah.
All right, man. It's nice to meet you.
Darren Lopez was convicted of murdering Jamie Faith and sentenced to 62 years in prison. Jennifer Faith pleaded guilty to murder for hire. She was sentenced to life in prison. She was also fined $250,000 and forced to pay back $6,500 for funeral expenses and all money raised through a GoFundMe campaign started after Jamie's murder.